All right, y'all. Welcome to Hyper Gamedev. My name is Liz, and I love learning how to make games. I'm very new to Godot, but I am making a game anyway because, I deserve to make a game because it's fun, and it's a great way to learn how to make games. So that's my intro. I'm working on this survival runner game right now. I am. That's what it is. And it is alright. You know, it's coming together little by little. We getting there. Yesterday I worked on health bar stuff. Every Wednesday and Thursday I'm working on this game. What we did specifically was being able to hover over the health bar or the body, and then the health bar appears. Oh, that works so well. Oh, I love it. Look at that up here, just when I want it to. Nice. Oh, I feel good about that. I feel good about what we did there. Otherwise, it appears if you take damage, and then it'll stay there if you have 1 HP. So this is great. This works very much how I want it to. You can also heal, and it'll pop up when you heal and stuff like that. So there's a couple, you might have noticed there's a couple places where damage happens. What's up, Frank? Welcome, Frank. I see we got Frank in the house. There's Frank right there. You see that little doggy dog? That's how you know you got Frank in the house. You see little doggy dog. So there's some other damage that happens too. There's the damage on the limbs. So if the arms or the legs get hit, they flash. And that's because they have separate hit points. In fact, I can bring up those hit points. There, you can see them. I only have that center, the head and the body. That's what that HP bar is for. So what I'm thinking of doing today is making the HP bars for the other limbs. Now, I want some more things in here. Yeah, that's right, Frank. It's alien time. I want some more, like effects. I don't know, my brain was just like, what do you want? Wait, what do you want? Like, you know, like particle effects, like maybe a -1 or something like that. You know, maybe the whole health bar like shakes, you know. So I want some effects in there at some point, but you know, I'm kind of just doing bare bone stuff. I'm doing what needs to be there, so that way it kind of looks, or functions, just so it functions more than it looks. But it also, the looks inform the functionality, or the functionality informs looks, whatever, something like that. So what I want to try to do today is get it to have another set of health bars. There's actually another new health bar I came up with. A whole new health bar. I haven't even told you about that. I did, but like, I don't expect anyone to remember me telling you about it. There's gonna be an empathy health bar. Frank says, so the middle part takes massive damage. Yeah, the middle part takes massive damage. Yeah. Yeah, because that damage will kill you. If you lose all your hit points for the body, then you die. So that's kind of why I prioritized the body health bar first, since it's kind of most important. And part of me doesn't even want to have like a bunch of health bars all over the freaking place, you know? I find that a little annoying. But I don't know, with the whole popping up and disappearing thing, I think it can kind of work out a little bit. So I'm cool with it. So here's the vision that I have. Okay, let me open up these images so you can see. So imagine it a bit like this. We've got this health bar, which is the one that we have set up already. And then we have the limbs health bar, which is its own entire health bar. It's its own entire health bar. And it exists independent. Well, independent of the head, but not independent of each other. So that way we don't have like a health bar here, health bar here, health bar here, right? Just like, I don't know if this will work. This is just my idea. You know, and I'm trying to follow through with this like vision that I've had for it. In part, so that way, you know, I can ascertain like how does my vision for a game pan out with the reality of playing it, you know. So the closer I can get this prototype to that vision, the better. And it is very much a prototype. Like, this is not something that I'm going to put on Steam. This version of the game, when it's done, will definitely go on itch. And then that way we can get some people to check it out and play it without having to charge money or something. And then we'll go from there, you know? And then we'll see, like, how that turned out. And if it's ready for making a better, more beautiful version. That's right, Frank. That's right, Frank. We wanna, that's right, we wanna... Wait a minute. Wait, I thought I understood what you're saying. Wait, we've got alien people equals people. So, I mean, that is an important thing, right? And this was an important development, because the game has originally been about aliens just, like, indiscriminately eating people. And I realized I wanted it to have a little more depth than that. And so instead of just eating people, what's going to happen is you're going to eat one person, and not only do you get limbs from eating that one person, but you're also gonna get empathy. Because part of this, how this alien works is they absorb the, like, ability to grow the limbs of what they eat. So they can eat cows, right? But if you eat cows, you're gonna get cow limbs. If you eat people, you're gonna get people limbs. But not only do you get people limbs, you're also gonna get people empathy. So there is some equivalence to humanity in these aliens, and that's an important factor. All right, I think I have my real chat up now. So hopefully, there we go. There's the real chat. At last. So yeah. If you guys couldn't tell, I was stalling that entire time while I got the real chat set up. I don't know if you could tell, but that's what was happening. So yeah. So what I want to do is implement these other health bars. Now this will be kind of interesting because I'm curious to see just how unscalable I've managed to make the health bar, because what I'd like to do is take what I've already done here with the existing health bar and see if I can just duplicate it and now have another health bar, even though this one's going to behave a lot differently because it's going to have multiples, so we'll see. The left side design. The left side design is the goal. This is the goal. This is goals. So right now, we've got one health bar here, right? And this just represents the head and or the body, the most important damage. So if you get shot, yes, the arm did die. It do be dying. It has a good way of doing that. But, like, the only way we know that right now is because it either disappears or it doesn't. So then another idea I have is I want the limbs to shrink. So every time, actually Storm Run Gaming came up with that idea. So one of y'all who had some great ideas. And so every time it gets hit, so here's the numbers. Every time it gets hit, I want it to shrink. But I'm not focusing on that right now. First, I want to get the HP bars up. So this limbs bar here, this would, hey, what's up, S? This limbs bar, when you take damage on a particular limb, each bar will go down individually. However, the reason why they're unified is because if you heal, I want it to heal all the limbs. So I had the idea of you drag the meat, and I think, S, we were talking about this. I had the idea where you drag the health to the limb that you want to heal. But that does feel like a lot. And while this doesn't speak to what S and I had talked about, which was specifically having like an auto way to do it potentially, it will minimize the number of things you have to choose to drag to. So at least that much. So what you would essentially get is a pop-up, which is like a whole other thing that has to be designed. But so if I click on a healing item, like right here we have these cows. So if I click on a cow, what I'd want, instead of actually, I don't even know if I want the drag I think the drag mechanic is gonna get retired, if I am being honest. No more drag mechanic. And so instead what'll happen is if I click on a health item, there'll be a pop-up that'll be shaped like the alien, sort of. And you pick either limbs or body to heal. Limbs or body. Well, you can't actually heal the empathy. Well, you can, but it's different. There's a lot of complexity here that I don't know how it's all going to be resolved. So that's why I'm just going to make the game and see how clunky it feels, and then worry about fixing it. That's how we design things. No, it is. And then there's another area that's also going to be available, which is the score dunk. And this would be how you increase your score. So you have to keep yourself alive by healing your limbs. And so if you eat some of the meat, right, and you decide to put it to your limbs, it's going to heal all your limbs by a certain percentage depending on how much damage you've taken. All right? And if you heal your head or body, it'll just give you a health point there. And then the score dunk, complex game. I don't want it to be. I definitely don't want it to be. That is not my intention. But like, you know, I don't know. I think that I appreciate that feedback, because that tells me that I might want to, you know, just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Hopefully the game will present itself in a way that makes sense while you're playing. But because I can't have to explain it to you, it's like a little more awkward. Hopefully it doesn't turn out to be complex. If it does, it needs to be reworked, and that's okay. So if I were to try to explain it more simply, you are a character who takes damage on your limbs and your body separately. And you can heal those parts separately. Or you can put the healing item towards your score. And then the empathy health bar is one that will go down if you heal using the wrong things. Because the empathy bar is basically tracking if you're eating humans who deserve to be eaten or not. So it's kind of like a karma system. It's basically a karma system, is the empathy bar. Yeah. Unfortunately, that did sound really complex. That'll be interesting, but if you shrink the body, do the arms go inwards or stay in the same place? Inwards. Inwards. So I can kind of show you a little bit of what that would look like. I can show you a little bit of what that would look like. What I'm going to do ultimately is I'm going to go into Blender and I'm going to do shape keys, and then we'll keyframe into those shape keys when the damage happens, and then that'll be how that works. But I'll show you how else we can visualize this. Was just watching yesterday's VOD. Then I remember you'd probably be live now. Well, I need to stream less often so people can catch up. Well, shoot, doggy. Noted. I will stream less often. No, I probably won't. Thanks for checking out the VOD, though. I appreciate it. It was a long one. Not sure if I already suggested this, but what if you replace those debug numbers with keyboard keys that correspond to different limbs that appear when you grab something? Ooh, that's a good idea. That's interesting. That's a really interesting idea. I really like that idea. You know, and so I'm for the moment doing away with the individual limb health bars. So at this point, it would be like, you could have a keyboard key for the head, a keyboard key for the body, and a keyboard key for the score dunk. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, I like that. I like that idea. It's going on the hacking plan, baby. All right, let me show you how these arms would shrink. We can actually do this in real time because Godot is just that awesome. So if I drop this, let me pull up the hacking plan. If I hop into the alien's body, and we can actually shrink these arms down one by one. For now, I'll do it by adjusting the bones. So I'm going to grab the armature, the skeleton 3D that we have here. And if I grab an arm, for example, I think we could do the shoulder now. I might need to weight paint it still, actually. So let's just do the arm. Now if I go to scale, and we scale this down, oh, it's not going to scale proportionately? Okay, that's fine. Let's make it 0.1 across the board. So you'll see down here, it's shrinking, right? So it's shrunken, but it shrinks inward, right? So the shoulder's a little still there. It's maybe a little too small. So this would be kind of the effect that I'd be going for. Let's say half its size, maybe. Something like that. So as you can see, it's much tinier now. I'll get out of the way. I guess I can be over here. And we can try the shoulder. I think I fixed the arms enough that the shoulder will do this okay. Oh, that was the wrong shoulder. That's okay. Then the whole arm just disappeared. Okay, so we still got... I have to weight paint the shoulders better before that works. But you get the idea. So that's how it would shrink it ultimately, is we would just pull it inward like that until they were invisible. And we can do the same thing with like the head, believe it or not. The head shrinks nicely. The body won't shrink, however. The body will stay its regular size. So I'm doing this one axis at a time. These would all happen simultaneously. So there's the head shrunk down. So this is just a way to demonstrate what it would look like. But it should work. It should work quite well. All right, let me just put that all back. So we're not all squished and shrunk. And so let's definitely write down this idea for the keyboard keys. I love that. And S, what I love about what you're suggesting is it's very accessibility focused, you know, and not just accessibility, but different people want to play a game differently. And I think that's a really good thing to keep in mind. So if I were going to put this in my design model, this is Hack and Plan, hackandplan.com. It's a project manager for game devs. So it's kind of like a Trello, but it has specific game dev stuff that makes it more useful than Trello, potentially. And we'll say there's gameplay. I kind of almost feel like this could be like an accessibility section. Obstacle types, grabbing, ability copying. So you were talking about for healing. So that's kind of part of grabbing. Grabbing is part of healing. We could say UI for applying. I mean, you know, I don't like the idea. I will say I don't like the idea of putting UI like that on the screen, but for accessibility purposes, I do. So I think what I would do, is there a way we can connect? Maybe, you know what I will do? I'll say, let's add a child element to this, and I'll make a new type. So we have these different types that we can do. Let's create a different category. And this one's going to be accessibility. Now over here, my design model, when I go to grabbing and UI for applying, I'm going to add a new one. And this is going to be keyboard shortcuts. And we'll put this as accessibility. So recommended by S. Keyboard shortcuts. I'll spell keyboard right, I promise. Keyboard shortcuts pop up on potential heal applying areas. This could be a toggleable option in settings and not necessarily default. All right, done. I feel like we should update your credits for that. I need to get the credits into Hack and Plan, and then the next step would be getting the credits in the game itself. But it's starting to become unsustainable doing it here, but that's okay. I feel like S, Godot consultant suggestions, but also like accessibility. We're gonna put you down for accessibility. Okay. Great. So, did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? I don't think so. All right. So what I want to do is I want to get those other body parts, right? Those body parts, those other HP bars to appear. I have to even create that. Honestly, the empathy one would be the easiest because it's the same. It doesn't have like that extended size with multiple different bars. So it'd probably be the easiest to work on first. And it would allow me to more carefully analyze, am I able to actually duplicate that logic for that health bar and it just work and it just supplant. So maybe that'll be the first thing that I do. Currently, there's no way to lose empathy. It's not like functional. It's not a functional health bar. So that would be the downside of doing that right now, is I can't actually hook it up to test it. But visually, we could see if it was working. So here's how the health bar is currently set up. Here's HP head, and it has an animation player that makes the hit points go down. It's being rendered in the scene by a sub viewport, and then there is an instance of the HP bar that is like a texture of that sub viewport, and then there is an animation here that animates the HP bar itself. So if the HP bar is appearing or disappearing, that's what this animation player does. This animation player makes the hit points disappear or reappear. That's pretty much it. And then there you can see it in there. So this is a Sprite 3D, is what this is. So I mean, if I were to duplicate this, wait, what would even happen? I'm just curious, like, what if I just duplicate it? What's the worst that happens? So there's another one. Would it just work the same? Indeed. And now we have two. And now we have two. Not bad. Cool. Now, obviously, I don't want it to be hooked up in the same way. Right? I don't want it to actually do all those things. So we have this script on here. This is what determines how it functions. So this is connected to all the same signals. So I have signals on an autoload script called messenger. And when things happen to the body, that is to say the body takes damage, it sends information like, I was just hurt, to the autoload messenger. And then the autoload messenger sends it to my HP bar script here. So I could just disconnect all these. It's probably gonna give me errors if I do that though, right? Or maybe not. Maybe it just will stop functioning. Oh, it's not even popping up anymore. It broke. Wow, that broke everything. Amazing. Oh, because it's the same script. I see. So it's we're actually modifying the script that's already on there. I see. So it didn't duplicate the script. It only duplicated the nodes. So I would want to remove this script and give it a new script. So let's just take that script off of there for now. Let's just not have it. So that means it's going to probably be there all the time. So it's not reacting. So what I'd really want to do is I'd want to create a new script, right? Something I want to do is rename this script. I'm a little afraid of renaming it because it's called body right now, but it's really supposed to be head. And like technically, and I just would like it to match. Oh wow, it's not even popping up with a rename option. Okay, fine. You know what? I won't rename it then. Never mind. So let's attach a new script over here. This is going to be HP, or we're calling it empathy. I don't really like the way I'm naming these. I'm still like not happy with the naming conventions I tend to go with. That's still something I'm kind of working on in general, is how do I want to name things? That's okay. One day I'll have my perfect system figured out. So I'm going to actually want to copy this whole script. Why is this script blue? Because it's running in the editor? Oh, is it because of the tool? Gotcha. So that if I come in here and I paste that exactly in here and I save it, does it become blue? It doesn't. Okay. So then I'm gonna... So disconnecting all of this caused some problems. Oh, because the hover won't work. Body's healed, body's damaged. So what if I comment out all of this and hit play? Will it... It does appear on hover. It does appear on hover. Nice! And the other one behaves independently. Let's go! So you can hover over to get all of the information that you want. I know my cursor is hard to see. There is a way I can make it easier to see. Basically, there's like these different ways that my screen can be captured. So there's this way, which makes the cursor really hard to see. And then there's this way, which makes the cursor much easier to see. But sometimes there's some weird visual glitches that happen because of this capture method. But I'm just gonna do it for now. I'm tired of it not being visible. I like a visible cursor. Okay, so now you can see a little better. When I hover over this, it appears. That looks awesome. I love it. I love it. Now, in terms of that positioning, I think I'd rather it... Can they jump? For now, yes. That's just because Godot has, in this character body script, just like a default jump built in. So I just left it there. I'm thinking that might be... I don't know. I might keep it. The reason why I'd want to keep it is because it works well with the game's mechanics. Because in the game, you want to avoid obstacles. Else... you will lose your limbs. So if I break off our legs, which every time I say it, it never sounds less weird. Let's just break them on off here. How many more hits do we need? 2 more hits. All right, let me hit the arm. There we go. So if you break off your legs, right, now you don't have any legs. And so by leaving the jump mechanic in, we now have something that can be taken away from the player if they lose their legs, right? So now it would be ridiculous for you to be able to jump, even though you still can. But I haven't implemented that yet. You know, and maybe if you have your arms, right, you can use your arms to jump or something, but then you lose certain arm functionality or you can't jump as high, stuff like that. So yeah, so right now there is jumping, but, you know, there's some restrictions that I do want to put on it in the future. So, I don't like the positioning of that health bar particularly. In my drawing, in my crude MS Paint drawing, I've got it lower. That makes more sense that it would be lower. Actually. Because what I want is there to be a heart in the middle of the alien. And this heart will shrink as your empathy decreases. So that'll be like a visual indicator of that happening. And, you know, who knows? You know, maybe someday it's like, you know, we don't need these health bars. You can see perfectly fine what's happening. I don't know. But anyway, so the heart's in the center, and so I guess I'd want the health bar to be closer to that. Cool. Now, one thing is that you will be able to accidentally hover over your body very easily, because part of the game is supposed to be about clicking on things in the environment. So if you want to click on something that's down here and you drag your mouse past the character, right, it's going to pop that up. It almost makes me want to say the hover doesn't count unless it's for a certain amount of time. Whoa. So that way if you pass over it, it doesn't pop up. That would be kind of nice. So in our Kanban board over here, I've moved the health bar stuff. I mean, I say add health bar to body/head, but really, I moved it to testing, so we could keep adding tasks onto it if we wanted to. But you know, we kind of have that here. At this point, it's kind of like a new situation because there's like one health bar system. There just happen to be multiple health bars. So it's not just a head health bar anymore. They all have different scripts because they do different things, which makes me think I should be repeating the script for each one and have it be modular. So that way we can just set like an export variable or something and say this one's the empathy one, this one's the body one, instead of having separate scripts for each of these. And then I could just update that one script and it would update all of the health bars. That would be something to think about for sure. So even though great, I just got that duplicated, that doesn't mean I did it in the best way at all. Gosh, am I really gonna try to set that up? I mean, basically what I need to do is get the damage information from somewhere else. We need to connect different signals pretty much. So these here, body is damaged, the things that I commented out, basically. That's what I need to have be liquid or be able to change easily. Body health connect. So this is checking how much health we have. I don't even know how you would do that as an export. You know, we could just have the name of it be exported. I don't know. For now, I'm just going to have it be separate scripts, but that's something to look into. So I'm going to add a new task. And this task is going to be improve health bars. I'll keep that in programming. And then I'm going to add some subtasks. And we're going to say unify health bars with single class script, or at least empathy and head. Or maybe I'll say for this task, decide and or implement. Decide about and or implement unifying health bars with single class script. And then I love how this project is balloons every day. And then what was kind of the original thought there? It was like hovering. Oh, add a delay, right. Add a delay to the hover trigger. So in terms of how long I think this will take, oh gosh, I have no idea. I'm straight up booting 12 hours. That's honestly not much. So I'm going to say this is currently in progress. The delay seems like it wouldn't be hard. You know, it'd just be like start a timer. I mean, we just have to say something would have to happen while a timer is running. Yeah, that's for another day, honestly. But it's good that we took the note down, so now I can move on and do something else. Which is, I kind of want to just change the color of the other health bar. I kind of just want to change the color, even though, you know, color, I don't like relying on it for color blindness purposes. At least from a design perspective for now, I think it's worth exploring. Now that'll be tricky because we have this instance, so we have the original health bar here. This is the original version of the health bar, and it's just called body HP bar. This is an instanced version of it. So in theory, I should be able to change aspects of it hopefully without affecting the other one. The only problem is I think that could easily get overwritten, and then I have to do it again, which is my least favorite part. I don't know. I'm not even seeing, like, the options here. Is it texture? Material? Yes, it doesn't have any of those options. I think we need to create another HP bar entirely. Styles? Maybe it's because I gotta go to styles. Theme override styles? There it is. Okay, it is there. It is there. So let me do a different color. I don't know if this is gonna work like I want it to, but I'm gonna try. And we can save it as... There's a save. What if I say make unique? Okay, cool. So then that takes away the one that was there. And then if I change this color to more of a blue... Oh, it's changing them both! No! Okay. So don't do any of that. I guess another thing... Because I guess these are the same instance. I guess what I could do is I could remove this, and I could instantiate a new version of it, and I wonder if that would behave differently. And so if I make this one unique, and then I change the color, is that going to... Oh, it still does them both. Okay. All right. Okay, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So then I just need another HP bar, I think, is the conclusion here. So that is this scene right here, down here on the bottom left. What is health bar 2? I don't know what health bar 2 is. I guess, oh, that was like an experiment. Burn it down. Let's duplicate this one. And I'm going to call this one empathy HP bar. And then let's rename this to empathy HP bar. Theme override style. I'll make it unique. Take the texture, make it blue. Now we come over here just to reassure myself. Just to reassure myself. Oh, it turned blue as well? Wait, what? What? But I said make unique. I wonder if it made that one unique as well, and then that's why that's working so strangely. It didn't. I mean, if I load, that's so weird. UI, health, HP gradient. What? Why would that be the same? Why would it do that? I find that confusing. Truth be told, don't understand that. Why would that happen? Oh, because I need to make this unique. I think because I need to not only make the style box unique, I need to also make the texture unique. I bet that's why. Oh my goodness. And I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna make this unique too. We're clicking on it all. We can't make that unique. Okay. Now turn it blue. Come over here. There we go. Okay. We gotta make it unique all the way down. Gotcha. Okay, and then let's change. That's not the blue I was imagining. I love Godot's color picker that it shows you previews of where you're going. It's a small touch, but I really appreciate it. Okay, all right, that kind of works. And then on the sides, it's a little darker. So I'm gonna paste that hex code in. That's not a hex code. Copy that. Paste it here. If it wouldn't mind. There we go. And then make it darker. Yeah, maybe something like that. And then I'm going to copy that hex code, presumably, and paste it over here. And now it's totally different. It's a completely different health bar. And then I'm going to want to save this in UI health, HP gradient texture. This one is empathy. Okay, so they're both gonna have different textures. And this does make me wonder if maybe I didn't need to make another health bar, right? Now that I see I just needed to make it unique down the line. So if I come back over here to our instance, or where we instanced it, like what if I just, now that I made that texture, what if I just apply that texture to this one? Will it avoid doing it to both? It will. Let's go. Why does it still look a little red? Oh, maybe it just didn't like load all the way. Nice. Good. So then I don't actually need two separate health bars. We can have the same health bar. We're just instancing them differently. Nice. I don't know about that color, but overall, it works. There's something I don't like about it. The red, it's more contrast, I think, between the red and the background, and on this one the blue is a little bright. I think that's one problem. So I'm gonna fix that. And then we can modify this pretty freely now. I just have to make sure I save it so it updates it. Let's make this overall darker. I don't know how I feel about the hue or like the tone in general. I think it could stand to be a little deeper blue, which does mean that the edges will have a different hue. So I kind of want to change that too. It's a bit perfectionistic for a programmer art prototype, but that's okay. Well, I hadn't even thought about that. Like having it be just one end and not centered. I don't think I like it, but I almost like it. And paste this in here. Why is it really struggles to paste there? Or maybe I struggled to realize that it pasted. One of those two. Okay, so I want to save that texture, update it, come back over here, and maybe it'll just be updated. I think so. I think it is. At least in the game compile, right? Probably. Yeah, that looks better. All right, so we got body HP bar or head HP bar, empathy HP bar. Might want to adjust the position a little. You know, it's all not perfect. But to me, for the way I'm approaching making this game, I want to prioritize getting a playable thing. I want to have a playable thing that implements the mechanics that I have in mind. That's my number one goal. And then be like, okay, this didn't work out well, that didn't look good, and make those changes accordingly. It's gonna be so much information popping up there. I could also make the health bars smaller. That wouldn't be difficult. That could help take up less space. All right, so that was pretty easy, even though I'm not thrilled that we're using the same script, or sorry, that we're using essentially the same script. But it's not actually like a class script that both of them are based on. But, you know, in order to change that, I would either need to connect, I guess, yeah. I would need to somehow have these signals be modular, right? So be able to switch out what signals are readied in each one to connect to certain functions. And then we'd want to we'd have these functions that we don't even need. Or I'd want to reconfigure those functions and signals entirely. So instead of body is damaged, something is damaged, you know, and then when the signal gets sent out, it only gets received if it's marked as a certain type of thing. Because so much of the script is going to be the same. The only things that are going to be different, like all of this damage behavior stuff, is going to be the same. So if I decide I want to change how the damage works, or the speed of, this is the speed of the hit points going down, right? If I decided I wanted to change that speed on one, I now have to go and change it on the other script, because it's not, they're duplicates instead of like the same script. Would it be nicer is if I could do it all in the same one. And so I hit this point now, you know, if my philosophy is get the thing done, make it perfect later. You know, the obvious answer would be to just forget it. Just let it be different. Let them be different scripts. Fix it later. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Like that works for me on some things. But on other things, I feel like it's not the right thing to do. It's gonna make making it harder, potentially. Because we have these entire functions. I mean, the HP visible, this one would be universal. This would be universal. This one wouldn't, because this is looking at if you take damage or if your body takes damage. And then if we do the limbs, it would be if the limbs take damage, right? And the limbs one is going to be even more complicated because it's 4 all in one. So I feel like the limbs definitely cannot. I feel like that must be a different script. S is behind my thought that we should use the same script. Yeah. But you make an important distinction when possible. When possible. And I feel like for me, for the limb stuff, right? Because remember, that's supposed to be multiple bars stacked on each other. I don't know that it's possible so much for this one. I feel like that has to be its own. You know, unless it's literally 4 of these stacked together that just happen to be sort of designed the same. But then the healing has to distribute much differently. There's a lot of complexity here, actually. And then with the empathy bar, even though these are visually the same and much of the functionality is similar, you know, it's only gonna heal. The conditions for what make it heal and what make the damage go down are going to be different from the head. That's what makes these two bars different, is the conditions for what causes the damage. On this one, it's the same thing. The conditions that cause the damage are different. But the healing behavior is also much different. You can also just have a GDScript file that is accessed by other scripts instead of being attached to a node. So you're saying so like these things that are shared, then define the functions and variables that they share there. That's interesting. I'm intrigued. I'm incredibly intrigued. So how would it... So that stuff would be like this, for example, which for this... So this is the damage animation functions. So basically what happens is... So we're defining the animation hit points as this animation player right here. We're just defining that right here. And then we're also updating this true current health from a function that derives from a message. Okay, this is tough. You know, okay, so anyway, so this stuff, well, this is... And so these functions play when that animation player fires. So here it says, if true health, max body health subtracted from true current body health is 1. What's up, Dragonblade? Welcome, good to see you. What is that monkey? Does that monkey have a gun? Is that a monkey with a gun? What is it? I need to, like, put on my binoculars. What is that? What is that? It's a hammer! It's a monkey with a hammer! I guess depending on the monkey, it could be almost a gun. Welcome, Dragonblade. Good to see you. I'm adding more health bars. Now that we have 1 health bar, I'm fixing to add more. Especially the empathy bar, and then ultimately I'd like to add the limbs health bar, which is going to be a whole chaos unto itself. But I'm running into this dilemma where do I have different scripts that happen to have very duplicated code? Or do I find a way to universalize that code that they share? And then S made a great suggestion of having a separate file that keeps that shared code, and then have a script attached to each node that has its unique code on it. And so that's kind of the dilemma, is like, do I do what I'm doing, which is just have them have unique scripts. I don't really want them to have unique scripts, but I also really want to get this over with and move on. But sometimes that's not how it goes. Sometimes it don't work that way. Anyway, I don't expect you to help with me with that, but I thought I'd tell you. That's kind of what, and so I'm just kind of looking at how it's set up right now and how that would work, separating it out. So if it sees that the health is something in particular, it's going to play this particular animation. And the reason why it does the animations is because the animations can be duplicated. This was a great contribution from my 2 cents. So if we get hit multiple times, it can queue up all of those animations, and they'll play one after the other, even if they're overlapping with each other. So that's why we do all the animations and stuff. And then I had to split them up in so many functions so it could have an animation or a tween, an interpolation between it being full and going down to empty. So it gets the information of whether it should play, right? So this would be the same. This would be the same. But this would be different, right? So it wouldn't be true max body health or true current body health. We'd want to track true empathy health. And so I'd have to be sending true empathy. The problem is I don't have the empathy system set up. So you know what I think, guys? Here's what I think. This is my opinion. So I've written this down in, I've got the improve health bars set up here as a task. And in the subtasks, we have unify health bars with single class script. I typed more than that, but it didn't save it. Oops. And I guess I forgot to also save what I typed here, which was what? I forgot. Don't remember. Unify health bars with a single class script, or at least... Oh, I know what it was. Implement hover delay before showing health bars. So I have this here, and I think... So let me put it in the way S worded it. So I'm gonna say design a file or set up a file with shared logic between health bars. Apply unique aspects to scripts on nodes. And let me just be even more specific. Unify, find way to unify shared logic across HP bars. S's suggestion. Okay, so we'll just keep that on there. You should make it in such a way that your bar just shows values, and then you just plug your values into it. Doesn't matter if it's health or stamina or anything else. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. I mean, so suppose, I mean, basically I did, kind of, right? So I duplicated the health bar. We have the health bar here for the head right there. This is the one we've been working on the past couple weeks. And I just duplicated it. I straight up duplicated it. And I changed the instanced texture to be blue. I also gave it a new script. So this is a duplicate script. It's not the same script. It's a duplicate of this script. And the only difference between these two scripts, the only difference is that I commented out these 3 signals. Otherwise, everything else is the same. Now, what this means is that these 3 functions are just sitting there doing nothing. But, so when you say just plug values into it, I would say creating relevant signals, right? This is all body health, body is damaged, body is healed, even though it's supposed to be head. In theory, this would be me plugging it in, right? I could say empathy, health, connect, HP action visibility, right? So then that would be sort of how I would do that. Which I think that means it is kind of like that, right? Empathy is damaged, right? Now, these don't exist yet, but supposing they did, right, that would be the version of me plugging it in. You should be able to just tell it in the editor which signal/data to use. So that was kind of my first thought, was how do I make signals modular? Because I can't, I mean, I guess I could say, like, I don't know if this would work. You're connecting the logic to your bar. I am, or I would be in your example. Because here would be my idea with that. Your bar shouldn't know what it's displaying, just the values. That kind of makes sense to me, but kind of doesn't also. So, like, what I would imagine is, like, how could I have this insert itself in here? Like, if I had a perfect world, right? This would be modular. And I could just switch this word out with empathy, right? And then maybe there's some export, some kind of export something or another, or, you know, a list I can click on. And when I click on it, it automatically changes this to empathy versus body. So I guess probably the, you know, this, then the other way I was thinking was, then instead of saying body is damaged, it would be like something is damaged. And then in the function is where it applies whether or not it's the body or not. And then the information that's being sent across the signal is the body stuff, the empathy stuff. Is that messenger a global script? It is. Absolutely. This is all it is. This is what it is. I really need to change all these. From body is damaged to head is damaged. I'm only a little scared to do it. It seems specific enough. It's not really in a lot of places. But I would like to fix that. Because it is supposed to be head. I'm just going to do it. Wait, you didn't change it here. Oh, we have to click replace. No undo. Brutal. Brutal. And then body is healed to head is healed. Replace. No undos. YOLO. Body health. Replace with head health. That's in a lot of places. Oh, so that's changing this other thing here. That's not great. Because then I also have to update that. What? That should update itself. Wait, why doesn't it highlight this one? I guess it is. It just isn't putting the box on it. I trust it is including those. No undos. YOLO. Did it break? Did it break? It did not. Good. Find replace. Let's go. Good. Great. That was easy. Anyway. Well, that's very satisfying. So yeah, so this is a global script here. And so, you know, it's like, so I could say like something is damaged, something is healed, and then send along this signal when that damage occurs, all the information about all the possible damage. And then in theory, in the editor, I could tell the script, hey, you are the head. You are the empathy. You are the limbs. But you know, then I have to receive all these parameters that I don't necessarily use, which seems like not necessarily great. I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse. I suppose all of it's not good. I guess it is worse to have the duplicated things. So I don't know. So that comes from, I mean, it's going to come from different places, right? So but that's going to be the other thing, is the signals are going to be updated from different places. So I feel like it's complicated. So here's what I'm going to do, all right? And I know, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have it be noted here. Find a way to unify shared logic across HP bars. As a suggestion is to set up a file with shared logic between health bars, apply unique aspects to scripts on nodes. Other ways we might want to do this, I don't know. It's interesting what you say, Dragonblade, that it should just be values that change. Because with S's suggestion, that would kind of be true. That would kind of be true. But maybe not. And I have to say, you know, yeah, so anyway, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say we take the note down, we think about it, and I'm just going to do it as duplicates. So that way I know better what to expect from what the health bars need, right? Because then it'll be more obvious, right, what the similarities are going to be. So whatever it is that causes empathy damage, right, we'll be able to see the signals that are making that happen. If I set up the limbs, we'll be able to see how those signals are connected to make those limbs get damaged. And then we can take more of a zoomed out perspective and say, okay, so here's the HP bar, here's the empathy bar, here's the limbs bar. I see them all, and I see that this is all the same, and this is different. And then I want to consider or insist on combining it into one. And maybe that's a mistake, but I think what's more of a mistake is not pushing the game forward in this prototype phase. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm open to objections, but that's my plan. Therefore, the empathy bar, since I don't actually know what I want the empathy bar to, how I want it to be. So I do know the empathy bar is going to be affected by the type of people that you eat. So if there's like a house down here and you tear off the roof, which is not a mechanic that exists yet, you tear off the roof and you pluck a person out of there and you eat them, one of your other health bars will go up, but your empathy bar will go down. So you might, in a bid to quickly save yourself from dying, eat a person you shouldn't eat because you have like an empathy hit point to spare or something. And then if you eat somebody who is okay to eat empathetically, then that bar will go up, assuming you allocate that health to the empathy bar. It is complicated, and honestly, the more I talk about it, the more, and this is why I want to prototype this out, the more I realize this game is going to be about managing your health. Like, that's what this game is above all else. And that was my plan. This game idea comes from because I was in a survival situation about 12 years ago. I was stranded in the wilderness when I fell, fully dislocated my shoulder. It sucked. This really happened. I'm okay now. And I wanted to make an awesome survival game. A really awesome survival game called Survive Escape. And I realized it was much too big of a game for me to handle. And I was never going to learn game dev if I tried to make that game. So I'm trying to come up with the aspects of that game that I really wanted in it that made it special and break it out into smaller games. So limb damage and managing the health of your limbs is an important aspect of that survive escape idea. And so this game is supposed to be all about managing limb health. And so honestly, I'm actually kind of glad to hear me say that this game is really boiling down to managing the different aspects of health that you have. Will that be fun? I don't know. And if it's not, that's a great lesson for me moving forward trying to make that big survival game. All right. So I think we're on the right path, despite having moments of questioning. And in terms of setting up, like this empathy health bar is going to take a long time to have set up because I don't have any human NPCs yet. Right? Those don't exist yet. We could make those. I mean, I could easily make those. The cows would reduce your empathy as well. Potentially. I don't know. I mean, it is sad to think you're just going to eat animals that didn't do anything to you. So I'm not sure. So we could say that every time... I mean, maybe they should. Maybe they should bring your empathy down. Because that's messed up. And we already have the animals here. So then what I would essentially want to do, if we wanted to set this up right now, would be every time you eat a cow to heal, we wanted to increase your health, but we wanted to decrease the empathy. Now, there's currently nothing you can eat to make your empathy go up. That doesn't currently exist. Also, the way this game is going to be designed is level 1, there is no empathy bar. Because you gain the empathy bar between level 1 and level 2. In level 1, it's going to be all cows. Those are going to be the only things you eat, are cows. And so you're going to have cow legs. And you're not going to have an empathy bar. You don't have an empathy bar until you eat your first human. Then you get your empathy bar. So the empathy bar will also need to be turned off for level 1. Something to think about. And this isn't level 1 or level 2. This is just test level, basically. It's one of many potential test levels. So I guess we could set that up. We could say that if you heal, it brings down your empathy health. Which... you know, there's different ways to do it, right? Like, I could set up in this, since I have this unique script, let me actually rename this. This is HP Empathy. If I have this unique script, I could say in here, that it does pop up when we heal. So we have head is healed, but I would need to specify, it would need to know what kind of healing did it take on? Did it take on empathic healing or unempathic healing? Did it take on something it's not supposed to be healing from or something it is supposed to be healing from? So we would need that Boolean somewhere. I think it's complicated and it's a little outside of my skill set to really know how best to make that modular. Whereas if I design it, it'll be easier to explain and show off and maybe get some opinions on how it could be set up more modularly. So I think I'm going to do it the sloppy way, and I'm going to make that mistake, and I'm going to live with it. But we can do our best. So over on the health items here, we really only have one type, because that's how it was set up to be. One type, there's no, it's an empathic health item or it's not an empathic health item. we do have, actually, we don't have any export things on here, do we? So that would be something to add on there as an export. Export variable empathic. It's not really the right word. Empathy okay. Is it empathy okay? By default, we'll say true. I mean, I guess for now, I might as well say false. Might as well say false for now, since technically they all are gonna be not empathy okay. So I wanted to make something that was empathy okay. I don't have a model for that yet, so that's something I should work on Monday. Every Monday I do member streams here on YouTube. You can learn more about joining the YouTube channel by heading over to the channel page, and there's a join button right here. You'll get some badges for how long you sign up for. You'll get some emojis. You'll also get the Monday member stream, which I do every Monday. It's a full live stream where I do game art and research. So it's specific to art stuff. Blender usually, sometimes other things. So yeah, so check that out if you're interested. If you have YouTube Premium, you'll actually get the first month free. So that's 4 live streams that you'll get that you wouldn't otherwise get for free if you have YouTube Premium. So check that out if you're interested. And I'm going to add that to the hacking plan. Improve health bars. Limb shrink based on HP. Design empathy heart. So this is what I was going to do in part. But I think what I really should do is empathy okay NPCs. I think that's what I should design. I'm going to make that squarely an art thing. I'm going to make that high importance. How long do I think that'll take? That could take me up to 8 hours. That's going to be a whole person? I don't know. So I'm going to make sure we do that. Something pop up. You missed everything? Okay, that's fine. Basically, what was the last thing you said? Is that a messenger global script? So the messenger is a global script. The messenger is a global script. And I don't know, I kind of... My ultimate decision for now is to allow it to be duplicate scripts that have the same thing. And then once I get all that set up, zoom out and say, okay, what's the same here? What's different? And then consolidate it. Mostly due to the fact that I don't want to be held up trying to figure this out when I don't really know how I'm going to do this. And I think it's already paying dividends because, I mean, and you know, if I get halfway through that and I realize, okay, wait, now I know how I can unify them all into one thing, then I'll do it then. But I'm realizing, okay, so for the empathy bar, right, so the way that that's going to work is some healing items will hurt your empathy bar and some won't. So then I'm going to add a boolean to the healing items. Is it empathy okay? And if not, then it will hurt you. And so then I can set that up right now and have that hurt you if you do that. So, you know, that's something that I couldn't just like think to myself, will that need to exist? But if I start trying to go in there and actually set it up, even though they're separate, now it exists. And then I can realize what maybe needs to be unified. Maybe. It will be the signal called, no? I mean, in like ideally, like if it could be the simplest possible and still work. And this is, I could be wrong that this would work. But in my mind, what would be the simplest and still work would be that we could just modular in and out these signals. because that's all I'm commenting out here. But I still want the visibility of the health bar to be determined by the information coming from this signal, which in this case is for the head, right? So this is the empathy version of it, right? I don't need the head anymore because it's for the empathy. We can? I mean, that would be amazing. That deserves a bite of quinoa right there. Hey, Neil. Welcome. Hope your rib is feeling better. Thanks for stopping in. That would be ideal if we could just, if I could learn how to have this all be the same script and just swap out the signal with it all being the same script. I don't know how to do that. It's feeling better. Let's go. I just simply don't know how to do that. You know, you can call the connect function from the node with the name of the signal you want to connect. Call the connect function from the node. Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean like over here? How would I do that? I mean, I know about connecting nodes that are like built in to the node type. But these are custom signals. So you're saying, is that what you mean? That like I can have custom signals? And if so, wouldn't that need to be from the messenger? So you can do messenger connect, head is damaged. Neil took some painkillers, went to bed, and now it's fine. Nice! Yeah, sometimes just like relaxing and like not thinking about the pain for a while, resting. Nice. Well done. Messenger connect, head is damaged, comma, HP action visibility. What? What would that achieve? Putting it in there as a string? I'm confused but intrigued. And then instead of the signal name string, you use a variable that you export and set in the engine. Oh, that would be what I want. That would be what I want. So if we say head health, convert it into a string. So how does it know? Oh, you put connect first. Wow. So it's like this argument. I did not know that. String name. Oh shoot! Look at this. No, I didn't know that. Nobody taught me this. Nobody taught me this. Look at that. You can have a signal string name in here. I didn't know that. I mean, so what was I doing before? I mean, if I come back, if I look at this one, that's different. This is different. How am I supposed to know that? So there's like a different connect. This one has just callable as an argument. And it's a Boolean if it's connected or not. And it just checks to see if the callable is connected. Huh. I mean, that's the wrong function. Oh, it was the wrong function. You're looking at is connect instead of connect. How did I even get there? How did I get there on accident? Thank you. How did I do that? Okay, thank you. I didn't realize it. I just, look, if it takes me there, I'm like, that's correct. That's correct. Even if logically it doesn't make sense to me, because the documentation often doesn't make sense to me. This is why I'm a noob. I don't know. I didn't mean to get so small. I meant to do this. I'm a noob. I am a noob. Okay, cool. So this makes more sense. The connect callable is callable. First argument. I didn't know about the flags. I would help, but I have no knowledge in GDScript. That's okay. Thank you for being willing to help. I appreciate that. I love that. I love that people want to help. It boggles my mind. I mean, it doesn't. I want to help all the time. Why? It makes me happy. It makes me thankful that you would even want to. You had a hard time falling asleep? That'd be a fun game jam idea. Painkiller? Totally. Totally would be. I like it. Maybe it'll be the topic tomorrow. There are two different functions. Node has a function connect that can take a string name and a callable. It looks at all signals that are on that node and calls connect on the signal itself. That didn't make sense to me, but it sounds really, really useful. That sounds really useful. So then there's this other version. Now, why is it called error? Why is it called error? Methods that return error return okay when no error occurred. What the heck is that? How was I supposed to find this if it's called error? So then we can do a string name and then the callable and then the flags. It's amazing. Two different functions. Node has a function connect that takes a string name and a callable. That's this. It looks at all signals that are on that node and calls connect on the signal itself. It returns an error in case a signal you were trying to connect doesn't exist. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I may have misunderstood what this is supposed to be here. What is this supposed to be? Like, I don't know, when I think of like something being listed left to right, left would be like, this derives from that. But instead it seems like it's more describing something about this. I don't know. That's the return. Is that what this is? So all of these, so void is the return, bool is the return. Oh, variant is the return. All of these are the returns. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Is that obvious? Is that explained somewhere? I didn't know that. These are the reasons why I find documentation hard to read. And now I find it less hard to read. Thank you. Thank you for learning me. Okay. So that's the return. It will return an error. So it's not, so the return isn't something that it's a bit obvious with programming knowledge. I mean, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. You know, a certain degree of programming knowledge, right? But it's like, especially with something like Godot, a lot of beginners are going to be using Godot. But I hear you, right? Like, why would they bother explaining it on here if most people are going to get it? That makes sense. This makes sense to me that it's obvious, but it would have helped this noob learn a little more quickly. A little more quickly. But luckily I have you guys to help me, so. It's a bit confusing for me because they are not respecting their own syntax. Yeah. Yeah. You guys need to respect your own syntax. I think they explain it in the docs at the start. They probably do. They probably do. You're probably right. I believe that. So what we're gonna do then is, so this is the same thing then also is what you're saying. This is exactly the same. So if I were, am I misunderstanding that? So I don't need this. I'm gonna comment this out. If I were to set this up the same way, it's gonna work the same. If I say connect, player hover, HP visibility, this isn't gonna break anything, is what you're telling me. Wow. Awesome. Great. So this is easier to do than I thought. In GDScript, to define what a method returns, you put an array after the parenthesis. Right. 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 And so this should, like, you're saying that, like, function underscore ready is actually funct ready. Function ready void because it returns nothing. A void. Right. Okay. Okay. The way I would do this is I want to now have this string. And you were saying replace it with a variable. Instead of the signal name string, use a variable that you export instead of the engine. Gotcha. Understood. So we could say at export variable. Well, we don't need it for this one. I don't need it. Technically, I don't need to do it for this one. So I'll do this one the same. Player hover, connect, HP visibility. And then this one, instead of head health, we would say variable health type. Do I need to, like, clarify that it's a string, or can I just do that? Nice, default. And then if we click on this and pull up the inspector, no. Do I need to say that it's a string? Do I need to do, like, the string thing? Do I need to do like that? Or something? Appear, damn you! If I were to do something else, you don't need to define it, but you can tell it what kind of value it should expect. You can do at export very signal name. Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Why is it not appearing in my inspector? Sorry for the zoom. I didn't mean to zoom it. It's not appearing in my inspector. What have I done wrong? Appear! I command you. It's like, no, you didn't. If you did, I would be appearing. I'm like, yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Why is it very random 4? I have the wrong node selected? Nuh-uh. No, I don't. No. That's not true. Disagree. Hard disagree. That's just simply not true. I wish it was that simple. I'm confused. Is it because it's at Tool? Alien 3 is the scene that we're in. That's just the scene. Right? And the HP empathy node is within the Alien 3 scene. And then I have the script over here that's attached to HP empathy. And that's the script where I added the export. And if I click on the node, usually this happens if there's an error in the script, it won't show the exported thing. But there is no error. Do I need to save it? Do you want me to save it? Oh, it's saved. It's always something like that. All right. Gotta save it. Gotta save it. Gotta compile. Why do you have @tool there? @tool is there so that way we can visualize the health bar in this 3D scene so I can move it around in here. So this is where the health bars live. So the alien, so that that way they're attached to the alien's body in the scene. And @tool is there so that way we can manipulate them with like a gizmo. Yeah. Okay. All right. We got there. It took the obvious answer of saving, but we got there. Okay, so now we've got health type. So then I can say this one is empathy. I'd rather have a list, if I'm being honest, than like I'd rather do, if I can, how did we do this? Probably not how you do that, but works. What do you mean not how we do that? How else do we do it? This was a suggestion from chat. A couple people suggested it to do @tool. So there's some different reasons. I think I see why you're saying that. But basically, I wasn't sure if you missed this, but basically Godot has a bug. And the bug is if we try to add a texture in a sub viewport, it causes problems. It causes significant issues. And so if I do it in the editor, if I make the sub viewport or the sprite 3D texture, if I do that in the editor, so here we're setting the sprite 3D texture. Let me see if I can explain this better. Here, right here, texture, sub viewport, get texture. We have to do it in code because if I do it in the editor, it causes bugs. If I do it in the editor, then it will appear without @tool needing to be added. It'll just appear in here. But the problem is that causes bugs. It's like literally an engine bug that happens. And so that's why we need @tool in there, because we have to add it in through code, not the editor. And since we're adding it in through code, it only appears when we hit play or if we add this in there. So that's why that is that way. So technically, the way we would do it is setting up this texture through the editor. But unfortunately, the editor has a problem with that. So what am I gonna like, Neil? You're gonna become a YouTube member? You're gonna become a YouTube member? I like that. Now that I like. Okay, so we've got that. I kind of would rather this be a list. So if I come to my body script, you got your itch account working. Oh, nice! I forgot that you didn't have it working. I forgot that you didn't. I totally forgot you didn't have it working. Good job. Now you can join in the jam in a way that's easier for me. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good for you, too. Now you can use itch in a really valuable way. So I'm going to set up this enum here. And then I'm going to export that as a variable. So that way we can have a list to click on, because I think that's nicer. So I'm going to go over here. So I understand the sub viewport doesn't work in the editor and shows only at runtime. It's a bit of an oversimplification. But yeah, the sub viewport as we've set it up through code doesn't work in the editor and shows only at runtime. Yeah, pretty much. And it's really the sprite 3D. Because see, the sprite 3D doesn't have a texture set. We're not setting it. We're only setting it in code. Kind of. That's more how it works, if that makes sense. Because the sub viewport texture is just it in there. I can just clone the Git. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%. You can super do that. The GitHub repo. Oh my gosh. When will I call it a GitHub repo? When will the day come when I can pronounce GitHub repo? I can't seem to say it without saying GitHub repo. Repo, 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 repo. Okay. The GitHub repo link. Oh, I almost said it. It's in the description box. Yes, indeed. I pushed it last night, so that's the last time it was updated. Yeah, it's a weird bug. And I don't know why it happens. Okay, so on this empathy script, I'm going to set up a variable called health types. Or actually, I'm going to set up an enum called health types. And we just do it in the curly brackets. I always forget. I'm a noob. I just do my best. Yeah, yep, it's curly brackets, all caps with commas. So there's going to be empathy. We'll say head, empathy, and limbs. Godot 6. I should delete some of the download files I have. What does that mean? All right. Okay. All right. All right. I hear you. I hear you. I don't know what you mean, but I hear you. Yeah. That may be true. It's, dude, cleaning out the downloads folder can be stressful. Can be. Especially if you're ADD like me. You've Godot downloaded 6 times. Wait, the same version? I see. That's super funny. So I got renamed to 6. That's super funny. Why? Why would you download it 6 times? That's so funny. I mean, I guess since Godot is so easy to run, just from, like, you just download it and run it. Right? You don't install it. That can be easier. Just download it every time you need it. You don't use it, and then you, like, forget that you already have it or something. Or it's just, like, easier to type in, like, download Godot, and then open it that way. Fascinating. Fascinating. For not using it, what would I do without you? So forget that I have it downloaded. I'm so amazed the people who can come through here, people like you, and help me and contribute to this project. Even though, like, you don't use Godot. I mean, I just love that. I love that. I love that using Godot can open up me being able to connect with people who don't necessarily use Godot. I think that's awesome. I definitely didn't have that experience with other engines. To be fair, I wasn't text coding in those engines. So, enum health types, and then I want to say export health type and call that health types. I also need to make this all caps. Head, empathy, limbs. Save it. There we go. So now I have a list here, and we want to set this one to empathy. Well, now to be fair, I need to actually get out of here. I need to detach the script, right? Because we want to attach the same script. So this actually needs to be a class script here. So I want to say class name. We'll just say HP bars. Or I'm going to say health bars. And this script is currently called something else. I move the @ tool and it just works. Nice. Interesting. I'll do it. I mean, I promise it didn't work before @ tool was there. But I don't not believe you. You still can't make HTML things? You're going to stick with Scratch? That's okay. I mean, there is someone who is able to do it. They use something called, like, Gandhi. For whatever it's worth. And I'm not saying you should do this, Neil. It's okay if you do whatever you want. Like, literally. And here's the thing. You can post a Scratch link on an itch page. Right? And then you can still submit that way. You know what you know about it then. Yeah, so this person uses Scratch. And they get it to run in here. It's like Scratch's cousin. Okay. Gandhi IDE. I don't really know much about it, but they do get it to run in there for whatever it's worth. If you wanted. So this becomes a class script. I'm going to rename it as well. Health bar body GD I'm gonna rename it to health bars. Or I guess I just want to call it health bar. Singular. Okay. And then that health bar script, I want to put on the empathy here. We actually want to attach an existing script. UI, health bar, load it. So now they've got the same script, but we want to make a couple changes to it. I want to add the export here. Now the only thing is this isn't going to work until I set up all the signals to some extent. So I do have to do some lifting here. So this one, save it. Set its health type to empathy. Check this one. Set its health type to head. And so here, for the head, this will be the easiest one to set up. We'll say connect and then I'll say health type, comma. Oh, I don't know if that'll, I might have to convert that to a string now that I think about it, since I did the enum. I did not consider that. Health type, HP action visibility. And then, okay, we definitely have some problems here. So this needs to be a string. We have a few problems here that I have to sort out. Okay, so I said this is a string. Then that's, if that just says head, that's a bit of a problem, right? Because that's not going to be the same text that's getting inserted in here. And if it's an enum and it's all caps, won't it be all caps? I mean, it doesn't appear as all caps in here. So I'd want this to be head health, this to be empathy health, and this to be limbs health. So I don't know if that's going to work. Both of the empathy and the health bar will be using the same script. That definitely didn't work. Let's see what the error is. Attempt to connect non-existent signal 0. Can you give me a little more information? What does it think the name of it is? Would be really helpful. Because I'm not sure what it thinks. Like how it's appearing in there. I mean, assume I don't do my enum thing. All right, take that out. And just say string name. Save it. Converting the enum to a string will convert it to a number. Oh, boo. Oh, that makes sense. So I would need, so then I need to do all this mess. The value of it is its number. Right. So I'd have to do, oh, that makes sense. So then I'd have to, you know, do a whole mess to match it. That'd be stupid. Okay, so no more enum. Never mind. Forget the enum. Yeah, okay. All right. I wanted to avoid having to type it every time, but it's okay. I'll live. Head health. So that's this one. And then this other one would be empathy health. Not that that exists, but in theory. Okay, let's see if that works. Nice. Cool. I mean, that's not too bad. You know, I hate to have to type that in every time and maybe type it wrong or something, but still, it's modular. It's freaking awesome. And the other one's not, which is also great, is the other one's not showing up or even giving me an, maybe it is giving me an error. You just published your first game? Oh, what, on itch? Nice. Congrats. See how nice it is to be on itch? Like, my guess would be this error is related to... Oh. I would guess that this error is related to the empathy one. So if I were to set this to... But I wish it was a little more obvious. HP action visibility. Yeah, that is the same one. That has to be what it is. If I set this to head health. So if I make the empathy one head health. My guess is the error would go away. Oh, it doesn't. Why? Attempt to connect non-existent signal callable to callable sprite 3D health bar. Oh, am I? But it's not even like it's working. So like it is actually working. So it's weird that it's giving me the error when we're getting the functionality. You can make a string selector by doing export enum. What? Seriously? That's intriguing. Does that work? Requires at least 1 arguments, but 0 were given. Oh, okay. Names string. Oh, it's like different. Okay, gotcha. A, B. What? Oh, wow. So you can export a variable string by setting each. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Another enum export trick for the books. So it's one thing to export it as an enum, because then that'll be numbers. If you do it this way, you can actually get it to be an entire string. That's extremely helpful. I understood that completely wrong. Okay. You got 4 downloads. Nice. Maybe that's bots? I don't know. That's amazing. You just posted it? Man, if you made a virus and put it on itch, you would be very successful right now. I feel like I did. It was a glitch. I feel like I did exactly what you told me. So, I mean. Oh, because I did. I see the colon. So, wait, so. Is this all on the same line? When you use export enum, it will give you the choice to select A or B in the editor. There has to be more here. And then you're saying do, like, literally type variable letter string name? Like this? I would say me understanding you wrong is similar to you explaining wrong. You refreshed the page, got one, and it was your own download to test it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I guess I could look it up. Export an integer or string property as an enumerated list of options. Variable character class int. Oh, okay, so you name it here. Oh, I see what you're saying. This makes sense. I think part of what made it confusing was the, not necessarily you, but the chat splitting it. I don't know. It can't do string name, only string or int. What's the difference between string name and string? Exactly. So that's not what we want then. Hey, Minnie, welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I really did completely misunderstand what you said. That's amazing. But this won't work because yeah, I'll have to look into that, what the difference between string name and string is. I'm assuming we can't do this. I'm finishing it out anyway. Just for the sake of seeing it happen. Oh, interesting. In terms of the game, there's no difference between them, but the engine keeps track of all of your string names, so it will give you autocomplete for them. Huh. That would be nice. But is it a deal breaker? Is it a deal breaker, though? Oh, we have a bug. I see. Oh, wait. If I do it... Oh, I called it health types. I see. We want to say string health type. There we go. Okay. So now, if we check it, there we get our list. Beautiful. There it is. Let's see if it works and doesn't produce bugs. I do need to change the other one as well. So this, well, that one does have head health. Good. Can we just clear the errors for now? Thank you. Oh, immediate error. But it is working. So that's good. But we get an error again. Attempt to connect non-existent signal to callable sprite 3D health bar, HP action visibility. What does that mean? Thank you. Awesome. This was great. So it's not a string name, meaning it's not going to have autocomplete. But because we use @export_enum, we describe the things we want in that list. And then after that, type variable, name the variable, :string. Now I have this handy list of strings that I can switch to. So another way to export, this is another way. Now, okay. So this is very similar to exporting an enum using a variable that is referencing an enum. But the difference here is that this will actually output a string. And so now I can have this be inserted as a string elsewhere in code, and it will recognize it as a string. Otherwise, it's going to see it as an array number. It's a common bug where you use a string as an identifier and you type it wrong or something. So they're trying to help minimize it. Okay, so you're telling me Godot is giving me an error for something that isn't an error? It's not an error, but they're letting me know, hey, in literally no certain terms. No. Okay. Okay, good. So what is this? What is this? Why is this? That's what the string name versus string is. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So by introducing string name, it helps minimize bugs because string name will add autocomplete in there. Okay, gotcha. Understood. That is helpful. I appreciate that clarification of the difference between string and string name. It's weird that this doesn't work with string name. You got the error because you have the script on 2 nodes, but one doesn't have the value set. One doesn't have the value set? You mean, when you say value set, do you mean the export up here isn't set? Because here it's set to head health. And here it's set to head health. Now, granted, they're both the same. Does it not like that they're the same? Probably, yeah, it doesn't. That doesn't have anything to do with it. And now for this one, there is nothing called empathy health. Like, that's not actually a signal that exists. I could create it. I find it a very confusing error because the functionality is there. The hit points are decreasing as they should. which can only happen if that connection is correctly being made. It's amazing that you can, I can't interpret errors like you can. You tried to connect a signal that doesn't exist. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, it exists now. I'm not actually emitting anything to that signal, but a signal that it's trying to connect is, quote, looks like an empty string. So value not set. What? Wow. Wow. That's really helpful, like in terms of just interpreting this. Attempt to connect non-existent sig, because when I see that, I'm just like, what are you talking about with the double quote? That doesn't like read to me as meaning not set. It just looks confusing. It almost looks like it's quoting to callable or something, but it's not. Sprite 3D health bar GD action visibility. It's very confusing. I mean, if I just detach this, so what if I just detach this script from HP Empathy, right? It's not there at all. It's not attached to HP Empathy. There's no signal that doesn't exist. We still get the error. This signal absolutely exists. It completely exists. The viewport bug? Oh god, not the viewport bug. Anything but the viewport bug. That's an old bug right there. Oh, because of the at. Oh, shit. It's because I detached that script. Uh-oh. Better leave that script on there. It's trying to put the value between two. There's nothing between them, so it's an empty string. It's trying to put the value between two apostrophe. There's nothing between them, so it's an empty string. What? Okay. I hear you. I don't know what it means. The value between them? Between what? There's the limbs health one, which also doesn't exist yet. Technically. Really, I'd want all of these. Signal in theory. And these are all the ones that I want to make modular. So, you know, if this is gonna work, I'm gonna not need like 9 errors happening all the time. So like, how would you propose resolving it? It's basically doing your value is %s and it doesn't exist. % your string variable. But your string variable is an empty string. How do I resolve this problem? Limbs is healed. And so, by the way, to recap, and I apologize for not doing this sooner. To recap, what I'm doing is I'm setting up additional health bars. So in this game, you have multiple health bars. Health bar that tracks the health of your head, which we've been setting up the past couple weeks. Health bar that tracks your empathy, which means you're eating the right or wrong things. And then a health bar that tracks the damage to your limbs. I'm attempting to duplicate the head health bar as a separate health bar. And I'm attempting to do it with as much shared logic between these health bars as possible. Chat and Dragonblade now especially is helping me figure out how we can have modular signals that can be easily swapped between the head and empathy health bars, so that way the functionality will be the same, but what signals are received can be different. And the way Dragonblade has helped me set this up is by having me use a signal connection that defines a string, and then connecting that to a callable function. So before, they're all like this. Well, the other ones I haven't started setting up modularly are set up like this. Head is damaged, connect to the callable function. This way I didn't know about, which is an alternate way to connect signals, is to connect it with the first argument being a string. And so I'm defining a variable here called health type. And this will be where the modularity comes in. So we can say, is this a head, is this empathy, or is this limbs? So Dragonblade also helped me set up an exported enumerated set of strings that can be chosen from in a list. Head health, empathy health, limbs health. And so now I can define these nodes as either being head health, empathy health, or limbs health very easily here. And it actually works. It works. If it didn't work, health wouldn't be going down. So if I comment out this line right here that we added in, and I take the character and I run into a tree, no health gets decreased. So it's not working. And we don't get the error. Now, if I comment that back in, it's going to work. But Godot is going to give me an error. And I don't understand why. Dragonblade has helped me understand what the error is saying. That apparently there's an empty value somewhere. But if it was empty, would it be working? And so I don't really know why we're getting the error. It irritates me, but I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. And they're going to pile up, right? So I'm going to come here now. We have head is damaged is the next one, right? So if I do export, let's arrange it like this. Export Enu, because this is working so well. I love it. I love it. Mysterious error. But, I mean, it's solving my modularity problem extremely well. Head is damaged. Empathy is damaged. Limbs is damaged. Not good English, but that's okay. Variable health is damaged or something. And then we'll call it a string. And then we'll do one more. Spelled export wrong. Just for the sake of it, before you connect it, check if health type is empty. If it's empty, print self get path. Do I understand that? Export enum. This one is going to be head is healed. Empathy is healed. and limbs is healed. Terrible English, but that's okay. Variable. Health is healed? That doesn't make sense. I guess we want to say part is damaged. Type is damaged. What is damaged? What is healed? Let's try that. String. And I kind of want to call this what health. What health? Just to keep it consistent, if questionable. All right, so now we'll have all these lists on here where we define this for each one. For this would be the head that's damaged. I could probably even keep it simpler, you know? Maybe. I could probably say, in a quote here, string type and then say plus underscore health. That would probably be easier. Then I wouldn't need to make 3 different enums. We could just make one enum and have this called head, this called empathy, that called limbs. Then I wouldn't have 9 different errors. We'd only have 1 error. And then we'll just say variable type string. Come down here. Call this type. Obviously, we don't want to put this in quotes. I see that now. I don't know if that'll work, though. I'm sure I have this syntax wrong. But what if I don't? I do. I do. I'm not sure. Maybe this won't work this way. If it does work this way, I'm not exactly sure how to do it. Because I'd want this. It'd be helpful if I knew what it's trying to call it. Underscore health. It's only seeing, oh, so that's, so there, what Dragon Blade was saying about it having no name or something. Here it does have a name. So this kind of is interesting because it kind of points to the problem potentially otherwise, right? Because it's almost like it's not seeing the string type thing. It's just ignoring this like it's not even there. Which then I would guess I'd want to ask, well, then how would I otherwise describe it such that it could be modular without being directly a string? So that way it can know that it's fetching a variable. Could I even just say type? I wonder if it'll understand that. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it, well, not really. No, it's the same thing. Not exactly sure how to resolve that. I could ask Bing. I could always ask Bing. How do I get the messenger connect function to recognize type plus health as a string argument. Type to string. All right. Okay, Copilot. That's worth a try. I'm dubious. I'm dubious. Instant fail. Cannot find property to string. Some old stuff. Yeah, that's what tends to happen when I use the AI, is it just like, I know things that don't work. I know things that don't work. It said it can't find property to string on base string. Oh, okay. It's not a built-in method. Okay. All right. At least it gave me an alternative. I do tend to find that if I say this is wrong, it'll give me the other one. Okay. Well, it didn't pull up an error right away. But we're actually right back to the same problem. It doesn't see the first part. It only sees health. It thinks string type is non-existent. Oh, right, but that's what you just told me to do. So that's not that helpful. This results in the string type not being seen. Why do I think it's gonna understand me again? Okay. So I don't really know what to do about this problem. You know, I could put it back where we have a million different things up here. All 9 of these enums that we have to define. Oh yeah, the last thing. Yes. So let me get back to that. It's kind of what I was drifting towards. So I'm going to put it back to where we got that initial error so we can try your suggestion. And I have to set these. What is damaged? Head is damaged. What is healed? Head is healed. What health? Head health. And I'm just going to make all these the same on the empathy one. Okay, so just to make sure we got back to where we started, you can see it works. And we're not getting an error this time. Wait, but this time we're not getting the error. Why? Well, I guess I can't try what you said because we're not getting the error. I mean, I can, but... Why not? Why is it not an error now? What if I get rid of these? Save it. Head health. Head health. This time you set all the values on all nodes. I thought I did last time too. I thought I did last time as well. It, like, by all accounts, I'm pretty sure I did. Like, maybe I didn't hit save at the right time or something. So here I'm leaving what is damaged, what is healed, unset. Right? And it's not complaining, but I didn't try to connect those. So it doesn't care. Now if I do that, so on empathy, if I don't set head health, so I now have that empty. In theory, this would reproduce that error. And it does. It does reproduce that error. It's a cat in a box. It's a cat in a box. I feel like I did do it. You know, maybe it didn't recognize that I did it. Look, who am I to say that Godot doesn't know what it's talking about? It probably does. But I could have sworn, and now I want to go back and look. I want to go back and look. Because... So there's that. You know, I would also like to get the... Not have to set all three of them. But I don't know if I can make that work. With your grinning. Come on now. Rubbing it in. I swear I did it. I swear I did it. And I'm gonna check. I'm gonna find out. I'm happy to be wrong. I just don't think I am. Like, maybe I needed to, like, hit a save or something. Okay, so right here. I set the health type here. On this place where the script appears. That signal existed. I set it here. But then when I went to hit play... Okay, well then it just wasn't working and we weren't getting the error. So wait, what was the difference between this run and the next one? Oh, because I had the code commented out. That's why. I had the code commented out there. I do see that we had a little visual glitch a second ago. It's okay. Stream died because you're watching your own stream. Internet is struggling. Is that why? You know what I think it is? Because I noticed, so something that I noticed from yesterday's stream. Thank you for letting me know. I see that now. Yesterday, when that happened, it only happened when I was watching videos. I've closed that now. But it's still happening. So let me show you the internet here. So that should be at 9,000 kilobits per second. I did get new internet yesterday. I don't know. I don't think it is because of that. I think the cell phone tower is just being goofy. I did get some new internet the other day. And it's coming from cell phone towers. I know, Frank. I know. I know. And so because of that, it's going to fluctuate. And it's not going to be consistent. That's just the nature of it. Do I have the stream buffering in the background? I don't know what that means. Buffering in the background? Oh, I closed it. I closed the entire tab, so it shouldn't even be open. It's starting to go back to normal now. I kind of want to test this. But I did notice that yesterday, when it had its glitches, it was when we were watching another video. So I mean, I don't really understand why that would be upload speed, why that would affect upload speed, but it was an odd consistency. Okay, so now it's stable, around 9,000 kilobits. What if I pull it up again? Will it drop? I'm curious. What if I pull it up again? Like, maybe, like, if that is the problem, then we should be able to reproduce it, all right? I'm inclined to think that that's just going to happen once in a while because it's coming from cell phone towers. But one of the advantages of using this new internet versus my old internet is my old internet would drop us down to like 0 kilobits per second. And then pull us back up, and then back to 0, and then pull us back up. Like, there's the glitches happening. But this shouldn't go that low. So it's not happening now. So I think it might be a coincidence that we're looking at the video while this is happening. Kind of weird. Right? It's been really good. It's been so much better. And then on my other computer, I'm actually running the old internet on the my other laptop where I'm tracking the stream. I'm running the old internet. So there's literally nothing else on this network besides this. It's also possible my partner accidentally connected to it. If my partner does their remote, we're splitting our internets. So I'm streaming on the new internet, they're streaming on the old internet. They're not live streaming, but they're doing remote work where they have to do video calls. So it's possible they logged onto the other one for like 10 seconds on accident. And that's when it happened. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my investigation. Yeah, it's been a lot better. Like, I can deal with it. If it, oh, look, it's dropping. It's dropping. Oh, shoot. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is getting overloaded from me doing this. I'm gonna stop it immediately. See if it recovers. Maybe that's it. All right, so I'll stop checking the old stream. It took a second. I can't say understand why that would affect upload speed. But if it keeps going up after that, it honestly might be a conclusion that I just can't look at I can't look at any videos. I can't look at videos while I'm streaming. Because it'll make the network unstable. That's annoying. Why? Why? Why should that be the case? If you're scrolling through it. Yeah, right. I was scrolling through it. That's true. Still, like, that should be download. It's downloading the video, not uploading data to the internet. Unless somehow, yeah, scrolling through it uploads my command to scroll. It's like uploading the data of where I'm scrolling to. Wow. That's amazing. Well, good to know. We gotta be careful about putting too much on the internet. So like, and then I'm gonna try to troubleshoot the existing internet that we have, the other internet, the old internet. So that way I don't have to have this flimsy cell phone tower internet. But at least it's smooth. Well, usually. Alright, so forget all that. I'll just accept that somehow I was doing something wrong. Blue health, which is, empathy! But yeah, sympathy. Similar. You got it. Your provider's probably limiting your speed together. That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me. You're probably right about that. Bastards. I bet that's true. Maybe. Of course. I hadn't even considered that, really. That, like, they would implement that on purpose. Because technically, it shouldn't matter. Alright, fair enough. It seems too consistent. I mean, now it's fine, right? And you saw it only happened as soon as I was looking back at the video. How interesting. So we just have to be careful. Okay, so setting up modular stuff. I mean, it seems like I'm gonna have to. And also, yeah, Frank, we're getting this set up. It's gonna take a little bit, but not too much. Right now, the empathy bar is behaving the same way as the health bar. And if I set the empathy bar to empathy health, which doesn't exist, I mean, it does, but there's nothing being sent to that signal. It'll just sit there and nothing will happen, which is good because nothing should happen. Oh, it's dropping again, and I'm not doing any YouTubing. I'm not on YouTube. Now, I will say, it does tend to vary between like 4,000, honestly, it's ridiculous. It'll go between like 4,000 and like 50,000 upload speed, kilobits per second. And it'll just like bounce between those. So there is some precedent for it going down a little bit. Anyway. So doing it this way, I do have to set for each one heal, damage, health, which is a little annoying, but not that annoying. So I'm going to be okay with it, as much as I'd love to do the adding. For whatever reason, it's being a bit stubborn about that. Which surprises me a bit. But that's okay. So that's the string. What health? What is healed? What is damaged? Those are all the ones. And so I'm going to set that. What is damaged? This is on the empathy one. I'm going to say empathy is damaged. Empathy is healed. Come over to the head node. Head is damaged. Head is healed. Head health. And now on this shared script that they all have, we're going to change this. Dot connect string. What is damaged, comma, the callable. And do that with these others as well. Oh, I see. I forgot the underscore. Make sure we get this function name correct. Connect string what is healed, comma, HP bar healed. So now that'll connect it all the way across, and now they're modular. Literally, that's it. Now we're not wasting an extra script for nothing. I do think it'll be a little different with the limbs. But what we could do, so now they're totally separate. What we could do because the limbs is supposed to be 4 health bars stacked on top of each other. So what I could do is I could have 4 health bars. And I guess then I would need 4 nodes. And just make sure they kind of look like they connect with each other. That's one way to go about it. The other way to go about it would be to have 1 health bar that's designed with 4 bars built into it. And then I would need to add, I mean, either way, regardless. I mean, not necessarily, actually. And then I would need to add in logic that tells it to behave differently. Because the reason why they're grouped together would be that when you consume a healing item and you apply it to the limbs, it heals them all proportionally. Maybe you have a speed limit of 50 megabits per second in total, but it's a combination of download and upload. So if you do both at the same time, you can do only 25 each. Interesting. I'll have to go check out that fine print. I'll have to go look at that fine print. Sorry I missed the messages. It wasn't updating. That was my fault. Oh, the weather. Yeah, that could be, since it's a cell phone. Actually, it is a gray day today. It is a gray day today. More people using cell data. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't want to use this. But it's this, or, well, you know what the alternative was. So I take it. But yeah, exactly. That will happen. So it will dip a little bit. But that was a little too coincidental that when we pull up videos is when it drops. So I think that it's probably all of those factors, right? It's too bad. I really like referring back to old videos. It's a really helpful thing. Oh well. So yeah, a couple of different ways I can approach this. I can have 4 separate nodes, and we can control the healing outside of that health bar script. And all 4 of those separate health bars have that class script that we just made on it. Or we add logic into the class script that's only relevant to the limbs, even though it's present on all of them. I think that's fine. I don't think that's that big a deal if there's like a little extra logic. Honestly, I'd prefer to not make 4 separate health bars. I'd rather that be 1 health bar that happens to have 4 bars built into it. So I think I'm going to do that. Well, so then the thing is it would need to receive each individual limb's data, which right now, you know, with the way the head is set up, that's 1 bit of information, the health of the head. And that's received linearly, or like as 1 value. The empathy, that would be also received as 1 value. So those can interchange very easily. But the limbs would have to be parsing 4 different values. Right? And I could do some remainder calculation and like put it all in 1 value and then decode it back into 4 values or something like that. and then we could pass one value. Or we just create a signal that is only relevant to the quad bar. Honestly, the more I talk about it, I feel like I should just do 4 separate health bars and control how those values change outside of the class script. I kind of think that's going to be the easiest. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try. I'm going to commit it as it is. Oh, I also did start to set up on the health script this empathy okay false, which doesn't really do anything. So I'm still going to commit it, but I think I want to, before I go into the limbs, I think first I'm going to set up the empathy bar, because we do have one item that works. 3 downloads, let's go! I do have the cows, which are going to be empathy negative. They're not empathic to eat. I want to say empathy health bar partially set up via classified HP script. That's too much of a title. Classified HP script to be used with empathy HP. Dragon Blade helped me set up modular signals that allow the head HP bar and the empathy HP bar to share the same script. I also renamed body HP bar related variables to be head instead. Added a boolean to health objects, empathy okay. I think that's about it. Began adding damage and healing modular signals in the messenger script. Modularity works via enumerated exportable enumerated strings. Okay, that's a lot. So in terms of setting up this empathy okay situation. So right now, when the head takes damage, that is happening on the body part class script. And the body part class script actually has some logic on it that's unique to the head. And it says, am I the head that took the damage? If so, then decrease the health of the head. Because remember, there's hit points for all of the body parts. But this health bar is only tracking the head. So if I take damage on the arm, that doesn't show up in here on this health bar. Now, if I want the empathy health bar to be tracked, I don't currently have any script that detects whether that's going down or not. So I don't know that I need to put that on a node, because there's not like a collision on a body part that needs to happen for that. So I think, like S was saying earlier, we could control some of this outside. It's kind of the opposite of what S was saying. S was saying have shared logic on an external script, And so now I'm thinking, what if we have unique logic on a separate script? And this would be for updating the empathy health bar. And so that logic would need to check to see if an empathy not okay object or health item was consumed, or an object that should not be considered empathic, i.e. a cow. If that's been eaten, then we need to take down this health bar. We also need it to ping that empathy is damaged. So what I need to do is I need to make a signal. I could do this right here. Inform messenger that health is hovered. I don't think I understand this correctly. This is actually not informing the messenger, is it? Wouldn't this be the messenger informing the health that it's hovered? That's what this should say. Messenger informing script that health is hovered. Right? Yes. And so if I'm going to put in something else, I would say health informing messenger. Well, we wouldn't want to connect it here. We'd want to emit, right? I guess it would be this signal. The check area. Area entered, connect, and then the check area function right here. So we don't only want to emit that health is detected, but we want to say if empathy okay is set to false, then I guess we want to say empathy health. Empathy is damaged. Emit. I don't think we need to put a variable or an argument in there. And that should be enough. Messenger empathy is damaged. Emit. So emit that message. Now on this script, that doesn't exist yet, that I'm about to create, I'm going to call it empathy health. On this script, we want to receive that signal. So messenger empathy is damaged. Empathy is damaged. Connect, right? Messenger empathy is damaged. Connect. And then we're going to connect it to just damage detected. Func damage detected And when that happens, we need to actually be keeping track of those hit points, right? So I'm going to want to create a variable for, I kind of want to keep it similar to the way I've done it on the body parts. Ideally. Oh, I can just come here. Mount 2 damage, max health, current health. Looks like we're also using is damaged. I've got that commented out everywhere. So I don't think we're actually using is damaged. So let me comment that out. Make sure that doesn't break anything here. It does not. Okay, just checking. Well, that was good to find out that this is not being used. So we have max health and current health. Same thing, 4-4. Definitely the same. And so if the damage is detected, I would want to say, I'm just going to look. I'm honestly just going to compare it. I'm just going to compare it. Same thing we have here. Which does start to raise the question, do we use a modular approach? I think we don't, because they're really quite different. Right? Even though this is going to be similar, ultimately, there's not collision. It's not a collision-based thing, so I feel like there's going to be so much that's different that it's just not really relevant to have all this extra logic that's not going to be used. So here, it's going to check if there's collision. So much stuff we don't need here. It's going to start the damage flash. It depends, right? So it's got certain conditions. If it's damaged with greater than 0 health, it does the damage flash. So we might want a damage flash for when you do take empathy damage. That's a whole separate thing. Because the damage flashes, there's a limb damage flash effect, which looks like this on the screen. And then there's a body damage effect, which looks like this on the screen. That means I might want to have yet another flash. So, I mean, at the risk of wobbling the internet, I'm going to pull up a web page. Watch out. Dangerous stuff. I'm going to pull up a web page for my hacking plan. Look, it's immediately wobbling. Immediately. Wow. So that is, I mean, if that doesn't confirm it, I don't know what does. I don't know what does if that doesn't confirm that it causes issues. And maybe because it's like a rainy day, it's causing more issues. Wow. That's not a problem. But it's more predictable than the other internet, so I'll take that. So real quick, before the internet collapses, I'm going to add a task for this. So we're doing there's the improve health bars task. Find a way to unify shared logic. We've actually done this, so that's done. Implement a hover delay before showing health bars. That would be something. But I'm going to say and this is supposed to be, how much did I say? 12 hours? I'm going to not put this on this task. I'm going to add a new task. And I'm going to say this is just for the empathy health bar. and only that. I'm going to give this 7 hours. And that's what we're currently working on. And so for this, I want to say, create a UI flash effect. It's interesting, you know, talking about earlier with the scrolling through the YouTube video. Now it's not being all shaky, the internet, which makes me think that because I loaded the page, that put the weight on it. When we're scrolling through a video, that's like loading and reloading and loading and reloading and loading and reloading. And maybe that is what was contributing to it dropping so much. Create a UI flash effect for empathy damage. So now I've got that taken down as a note. Wonderful. So now I don't have to worry about that. That's something to think about. But now that I've got that written down, I don't have to think about it right now. So that's damaged with greater than 0 health. I think what I'll do too, I mean, I could even copy all this. And paste it on our empathy one, just so I don't have to keep going back and forth. And then we can try to sort of make them similar based on what we actually need. So we don't need to check anything here, because this is only gonna, damage detect is only gonna fire if indeed the empathy is, because it's not the same thing, right? So it's different, because we're not putting this on a node. This is relevant to if it's on a certain node. So I definitely don't need this. Damage with greater than 0 health. Start damage flash. I would want that. I would want that. So we're creating a variable here. Flash length 0. Flash length. Increase the flash length. Oh, this is a different flash. Oh, this is the limb itself. So this is a different flash. Okay, there's multiple flashes. There's the flash that happens on screen when you take damage, and then there's the limb itself flashing. I actually will want this because what I ultimately want is for there to be a heart in the center of the model. So right here, a heart. Also there. So I would want that to flash, actually. So we should keep this here, because that is something I'm going to want to implement. I forgot there's a different kind of flash. A little confusing. I'm going to say, I'm just going to rename this now, start mesh flash. And I'm going to do that on the body as well. That would just be kind of nice to not confuse ever again. Even just calling it flashing could help. But we're just going to say mesh flash. Okay. So that's something we would want. There is no, I haven't created a timer for this yet. Timer limb damage flash start. So this would need to be on a model that we haven't created yet, right? So in theory, this would be timer heart damage flash. I'm going to comment this out for now. But we'll want to bring this back in when it's time to add that. So let me fix this on here. Create not a UI flash effect. Well, yes, we do want that. But then also create a mesh flash timer. But first, I'm going to need a mesh, which is something that I plan to do later. Not right now. But later. This code needs work, only applies to one limb if multiple are hit. If current health is greater than 0. Oh, this isn't true. This is... Oh, yeah, this does need work. Okay, well, we don't need that, though. That's not relevant. That's if there's different amounts. I'm going to say for now, there's not going to be different amounts for the empathy damage. This brings back a mesh if it's healed. So if you lose all your empathy, that's something, right? What does losing your... I haven't thought that far. I didn't think that far at all. What happens if you do lose all your empathy? Wait, I don't even know. What happens if you lose all your empathy? Do you die? What do I do with that? Obviously, I didn't think this through. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, if it just, like, that seems not good to instantly kill you. In theory, it's kind of a karma system. So you'll have less good karma if you lose all your empathy. So what? What's the consequence? The limbs, it makes sense, right? Because it's physical ability that you're losing if the limbs get damaged. The head, you'll literally die. With the empathy, what's the advantage to having the empathy? I mean, the whole purpose of the empathy, or the whole inspiration for it, is that there are different kinds of health. There's health from innocent people who don't deserve to be eaten. And then there's health from violent authority who are oppressing the people. And they're okay to eat. They're acceptable to eat. So, like, maybe you lose... It could, honestly, we could treat it like a limb, where you just lose certain physical abilities. Like, maybe you move more slowly. It could be like depression or something. Like you sort of aren't as effective overall. I definitely... I wouldn't say... It wasn't quite over-scoping to add in the empathy health bar. It was just like... I just didn't really think through what the implications should be for that to exist. And I guess the question is, why do I need to know that right now? Well, I don't know. I guess because what happens when you lose all your empathy points? When you lose all your head points, the game restarts right now. Technically, when you lose all the limbs, nothing happens. So I don't think we need to make anything happen right now. But it does raise an interesting question. What happens when the empathy bar is empty? I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that. I'm open to suggestions, but mostly I'm going to have to think about that one. I'm not really sure. Well, if current health is greater than 0, we don't need to worry about the amount to damage for this. So none of this. If current health is greater than 0, we're not doing is damaged. We would... Right, so that was the question, right? Because if the head... We don't hide the head when the head dies, because you just die. So then we don't need... That is to say, there's no need to re-reveal the head mesh or show the head, because you're just dead. You can't recover yourself. But can you recover your empathy? I guess is really the question I'm asking. Can we recover our empathy from 0? I think yes. So that also means we need to associate it with a mesh, which right now it is not. On the body part script, the mesh is set up in a bit of an interesting way. And the reason why it's set up this way, I kind of forgot, like, why this works. Is it inserting its own is part into here? I'm not sure. This was something Psychonic Joe helped me set up, and I need to like ask them what? How did we get this to work again? Because I'm just not sure. I forgot. Because here we're using the split function to piece together the path. I guess that's an argument here. I mean, it's just node path. Right, so that was just an argument about, so we have the delimiter, that's the underscore. Ask ChatGPT. Oh, good idea. Ooh, thank you. That's a great suggestion. Thank you. How does this work in GDScript? I could probably ask it better than that. But it might point me in the right direction. Look, the internet drops. Wow. In GDScript, the code you provided is a way to assign a value to a variable called mesh. The value assigned to mesh. It's kind of skipping all of this. Specifically, how does the split part work? How does the split part work? To access the second element of the resulting array. The one at the end is used to access the second element of the resulting array. This is because the first element is indexed at 0, and the second element is indexed at 1. So in summary, the code name.split takes the string stored in the variable name, splits it into an array of substrings using the underscore character. Player. Oh, the player part. Gotcha. Character body 3D. Wait, so that would be player, though. That can't be what it is. That's not what it's taking it from. Get node. So is the name, it must not be player, it must be alien. I think we're doing name.split. 0 would be alien. And 1 would be everything after the underscore. So 1 represents leg right, body, leg left. Right, so these. What is name? I believe name, I think, is in reference to this, which would be this. Not really that, though, actually. So if we say, so if the node that it's getting is alien slash armature slash skeleton 3D, which is here. Alien armature skeleton 3D. Alien underscore arm left, arm right. Whoops, hello. Body, etc. That's not it? Because I thought it was splitting this. Name is a variable in your script. It is? The name of the node. I don't think it is a variable in the script. I mean, in the documentation, it's saying that it's a name of the node. Which, as we found out yesterday, with the return examples you guys were giving me, name, we can't set a variable called name because nodes already use that. So name is a property of nodes. So it's actually looking, oh, so that's the name of this node. Wait, right? So it's, oh, I get it. I get it now. Good question, Dragonblade. Okay, I get it. It makes sense. I get it. I get it now. It's confusing. It's a variable in your script that contains the name of the node. Right. I mean, it's not in the script. It's like built into the node. Right? It's not like I declared variable name, you know, is set to something. Because if I do that, we'll get the error saying that that's native to the class. Comes from another script that you are extending. Oh, that's fair. I wouldn't think of it that way because I'm a noob, right? But that makes sense. That makes sense. You can be right. You can be right. All right? You can be right. But like, you know, it's not something that I had set up in the script. It's like something, right? It's not like a variable in my script. It's a variable that's native to the node. But I'm glad you asked that because that led me to realizing what's happening here, which is that we're grabbing the second part of this node's name. You don't have to be right. It's grabbing the second part of this node. So this node would be only up to this script right here, this class script, is only going to be applied. This class script is only going to be applied to these nodes right here. So this body part script is here, 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 and here. And it's the same script on each node. So by using split, name.split, we're saying, look at the name of this node right here. Look at the name of this node. And split this node's name at the underscore. So it has area underscore leg left. It's got that built into it. And then we're setting a 1 here because by splitting it, it's created an array. 0 represents area. So 0 would be area because that's before the underscore. 1 represents everything after the underscore. And so by adding name split at the underscore 1, it's automatically taking the second part of the name of this node that we've attached the script to, and it's adding it to this path. Alien armature, alien skeleton 3D, alien underscore. Right, which is over here. So then that's how it's finding what mesh am I supposed to be. If the name of me has arm right at the end, then I must be this mesh. If the name of me has leg right at the end, then this must be my mesh. That's what this is doing. Thank you so much for helping me figure that out, Dragonblade. In the correct terminology, it's not a variable, it's a field, or like Godot calls it, a member. Wow. What's up, Rosen? I mean, so the reason why I did this, and also props to Psychonic Joe in the chat for helping me set this up. Psychonic put me on to the split function. The reason why I set it up this way is because when I import the models from Blender, because previously what I was doing is I was doing at export variable, let's say it was called mesh, mesh equals, you know, messages 3D. This is what I was doing previously, was this, which meant I would have to assign it right here every time. So I'd have to come in here, find the mesh, and assign it, right? And every time I imported the mesh, or I updated it, right? I just made like a little change every single time. It would reset this. And I'd have to come back in to each body part and reassign it every single time, which was just such a pain. So that's why I wanted something that would let me have it automatically assign it without me having to go in there and do it every single time I update it. So that's why I did that. So like, you know, if I do those extra things, it's because I'm trying to solve a problem. And I'm here for it. And I learned so much, and I couldn't do it without y'all, including Dragonblade helping me decode that which was already in here. And ChatGPT, obviously. Tomorrow, the jam is at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Every Friday, 6 p.m. ET. Sounds like a Godot bug? It might be. It might be. And honestly, that's like, it might be worse than that. Like I say that I just had to reassign it every time, but it was worse than that. Because since it would unassign it, it would like break something else. Like for example, I have like these debug numbers that are associated with each limb. Those labels would be in different places. Because I had to reassign it, it was like, I don't know, it kept messing up. It messed up. It had like a cascading effect that it was getting unassigned and reassigned. But this helps solve that problem. So yeah, it very well may be a bug because it caused a lot of issues. And then the way that I'm importing it from Blender is this built-in Blender support where it lets me hook up an external program, Blender. I don't remember where it does it in here. File system import, right? So we have a special connection where I just add .blend files to the project, and if I save my .blend file, it updates it. And that's a very new thing in Godot, that Blender integration. And some people have reported bugs using that integration. So it could be that there's some connection between the Blender import feature and it not working properly. If that was happening in Unity, I would never have used it. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, if there's a way around it, you know, and it's cool to learn. Now I know about the split function, which is a cool thing to learn. But I think that's part of the charm with Godot, you know, is it's got these quirks. And, you know, it's just kind of part of that open source, new kid on the block energy. Unity didn't have problems, though. Unity didn't have problems, though. Maybe not. I didn't realize you were a Unity. Team Unity. I hear you, though. I hear you, though. It's frustrating. But to me, it's just like, okay, let's just figure a way around this. If there was no way around it, okay, maybe then we reconsider. It's going to be at 11 p.m., the jam. Dang, that's late. I'm sorry. I apologize. We started doing it late to accommodate American viewers. Or not just American viewers, but people in that time zone area. And that was because back then, that was largely the people who were coming here. But that's different now. And now that's just the time. And I don't know where to move it. I could do it earlier, and I honestly might move it earlier, because now there's getting to be so many more submissions than there used to be. So I don't want to have the super late night. So I might move it earlier someday. So it's helpful to hear that, Dark Rosen, because all my other streams are now, like, are during the day, or earlier. I mean, even though now it's like, what, almost 9 p.m. for you. But I started it, you know, 4 hours ago, 3-4 hours ago. So I might one day move it back to the middle of the day. Because I don't even think it's mostly Americans who participate in the jam anyway. So screw them. Dragon says, I deal with so many references like that. It would be annoying to keep doing workarounds for, like, everything. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it is, like, kind of like a built-in thing, the exporting of stuff. And, like, for that, and especially in Unity, you know, you do a lot of, like, assignments in the component area. So, like, that kind of makes sense to me. Or not the component area, but, you know, the inspector. So, I mean, I can understand why you would say that. I can understand that. I kind of like it. I think it's kind of cool that it works. But you make a good point that, like, that is hindering a certain functionality. But it's also possible, a lot of people who use Godot will say, don't use the Blender integration because it's too immature. So for example, I don't even think it is relevant to Unity per se. right? Because in Unity, I don't think there is, I'm actually almost certain, there isn't Blender integration. So in Unity, you have to export your blend files to something that Unity can read. I don't know what, like OBJ or whatever, or GLTF or something, but not a .blend file. In Godot, that may not happen. I'm not sure, because I haven't tried it. Because I found exporting to GLTF and importing that to just be more tedious than I feel like dealing with. Not too tedious, but if Godot is going to have the Blender integration, I might as well use it, even if it has a problem. Oh, you can do that in Unity? Alright, I say corrected. I say corrected. Then perhaps it would never happen in Unity. Alright. Touche. It would be nice if the whole world had the same time. I know. I know. I know, it's weird. It's like, it raises interesting philosophical questions. Like, how do we connect in this internet age when we're all bound by the physics of the universe to not be in sync, or the night and day cycles aren't in sync, and yet we want to connect in spite of those night and day cycles. I think it could have interesting philosophical implications. Just a little. Not really interesting, just a little interesting. Should we try to connect? Okay. Still, I honestly feel like it's tough, because if I do this time, it's very hard for Americans to be here if they work. If I do the late time, Americans can be here after their work gets out. And it's not just Americans, there's other places too, but the idea is that I do similar stuff like that, but it's more dynamic. I assign references to data that decide other references. One broken link and everything is broken. Yeah. Right, exactly. That's why I had to set it up this way. Because it was causing other problems if I didn't set it up this way. But I hear you, like, you're saying especially what you're trying to do would be greatly hindered by not being able to assign it in the editor, and you don't want to bother with workarounds, which is understandable. So this was all just for me trying to figure out, what does this do? So I can create a mesh reference. Now, I don't really need to do this. This was, well, I kind of do, actually. I kind of do, because I'm going to update that mesh again, and it's going to need to be reassigned. So actually, I kind of do need to do it. Now, the difference is this node, it's not actually going to be attached to a node with a name. What if it's not attached to a node with a name? I guess we just attach it to a node with a name. Just attach it to a node with a name. Just make some node, give it a name. But then, is it? I mean, it extends from a node, but it's not technically on a node. I mean, you don't have to do it this way. We could just say heart. You can just type it in. So that would be what we don't need. We don't need the splitting. The splitting is more relevant for the class script that's across multiple things. So we don't actually need to attach it to a node still. So let me come back to that script. And we'll add this in here. 47 slots in which there's 478 possible references that would go to that slot. Possible references. 47 slots. So wait, in the project that you're working on? Whoa. That would be a lot of broken references. That's a lot of broken references. I can see why a workaround would be pretty damn annoying. If you have to do it that many times, potentially. Potentially. Probably. Are you gonna... Do you think you're going to upgrade to the new version of Unity that comes out? I guess this year. I'm just curious. The entire logic of in which slot it goes is dependent on other references. Honestly, that sounds cool. Like, besides the point you're making, sounds like you're making something cool. So for this one, I don't need to do any splitting. I can just say add a heart at the end. Now this doesn't exist yet. This mesh isn't actually there. So I'm going to comment this out for now. But I will want to make that at some point. So down here with mesh hide, mesh show, I'll comment it out because we can't actually use it right now. And we don't need to worry about it, but we will want to do that. Okay, great. So I'm setting up the empathy thing. You don't make your own game. You have a decision to make. You have to have a decision to make. It's your client's choice to upgrade or not. I see. Current project is in 2020. Oh. 2020 version of Unity? Okay. So that's not going to affect it. But you said if Unity had that, you wouldn't use it. That's why I assumed you had the choice. Sounds like if Unity had it, you would use it. If the client so determined. And it sounds like you'd use Godot if the client decided that. Unless you were just like, screw this client. I'm out. Applied damage, current health, subtracted from limb damage amount. So if current health is greater than 0 and damage is detected, so this is for the empathy, okay? In this game, I'm setting up an empathy health bar, and it's going to be this little heart in the middle. And when you eat something that to get health that you shouldn't eat, it's going to lower your empathy bar. So that's what I'm setting up right now, and I'm basing it on the limb and head damage script, which is what I'm changing to fit these needs. You would choose not to work with clients that use Unity. I gotcha. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. It sounds like you'll choose not to work with clients that use Godot. That's really interesting. It's actually very interesting. You know, and I think says a lot about Godot's position in a professional environment or industry. But if Sonic Colors can do it, shouldn't we all? So, do I have... Okay, wait. This damage timer end. Is that being created out here? It is. So, I'm probably going to want this. So, I probably want to get all of this timer stuff. Because I think I am going to want that to be on the heart. I do want the heart to flash similarly. So we should keep the timer stuff. And this is for creating new timers, so we don't need to comment this out. This should be fun to keep here for now. It doesn't use Godot on itself? I didn't know that. They just took the rendering part. I didn't know that. I've just been taking the I just look at the top 10 list. Top 10 games made in Godot. Oh, Sonic Colors. And I stopped reading into it. They took the old game code and replaced their rendering engine with Godot's. That's very interesting. I wonder why. I didn't know that. But that makes a lot of sense. Why would they recode the whole thing? It kind of doesn't make sense. Wow. It's like borderline disinformation when they say that Sonic Colors was made in Godot. It's more complicated than that, but that's the idea. They just made surgery on the old game with Godot's code. It's borderline disinformation to say that Sonic Colors was made in Godot. Noted. This is saying current health is subtracted by the limb damage amount. The limb damage amount is going to be fixed here. Except it's not limb damage. It's going to be like empathy damage amount. So I could say, for now, heart or empathy damage amount. And we're just gonna, it's just gonna be 1. It's just gonna be 1. Update the damage label. So we don't actually have a label for the heart yet. That would be like a debug thing. I don't know that I really need that label. I mean, maybe. I guess I could make a debug label for the heart. It's a little annoying to think about doing. Well, I don't have the mesh yet, so I really can't. But if I was going to, I would want to move it. So this isn't the body anymore. This is supposed to be the head now. Not the whole body. Not the whole body. Just the label. Whoa. Oh, because it's visible. Maybe we could move it down just a touch. Just a squinch. Okay. And then in theory, I would put the other label. Whoa. Where the old one was. But that doesn't exist yet. So we'll have to decide if I want to add that in. I think I will put that in as a subtask. Create heart damage label. I even gotta put a question mark. Do I really care to do that? Maybe. Maybe. So this would be alien armature underscore alien. Instead of name split, we can just put heart on here. Oh, on ready variable mesh. Oh, we had to do it. That's interesting that we had to do that separately here. that we didn't just do mesh here. Oh, because this was for the damage label. So we did the same thing, but this time we added /damage label on top of it. So it had that extra. I see. I still think we could have done mesh here, right? Now I'm kind of curious. I'm also still not sure how to add this script to this node tree. Because I don't think this script is running in the game. Because we have an error, right? If I hit play, the game runs. If that was in the node tree, the game wouldn't run with that script. So I think that even though this file is outside of the project, we need to find some way to bring it into the node tree. You posted a guy's Twitter thread. He deals in reverse engineering games and mods them. He explains what they did with Sonic. Oh, cool. Sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Sounds like a distraction. Sounds like a total distraction. But that's okay. I'm curious. I'm curious. Really? Light mode? I thought I was better than that. I guess I just haven't been on Twitter in a while. Let me put it in dark mode. I feel like I've done this. Okay, there we go. It is a distraction, absolutely. Sonic Colors Ultimate, there's a rumor that the game utilizes the Godot engine, and it's true. That's not where it ends. A few misconceptions show interesting results. This is interesting. Does this mean it was completely rewritten in Godot? Not at all. It's used as a graphical back end. The original C++ code. I'm curious. I'm curious. Is still used, and Hedgehog's engine white mode user. Oh yeah, I know. No, thank you. And Hedgehog's base engine database universe libraries are there too. Comes with the PCK files, which is the file format used by Godot. Wow. Original files from the Wii version. Contains files that weren't in the original release. That's kind of interesting. This is kind of fun for fans to decode. So yeah, so it seems like, from what I understand, glancing at it, some of it, like you said, is in there, some of it isn't. If you guys want to check it out yourself, there's the link. It's interesting. Not enough for me to dig into now. But thanks for sharing that. Oh, I wanted to try if I do mesh here, because we have this split thing typed out again over here. I mean, this is kind of like what I was trying to do before. And it didn't work out great. But I wonder if this will work. So this is updating the damage label. So we'll know this doesn't work, A, if there's an error, and B, if the damage label changes, or it doesn't change. Oh, immediate crash. On-base null instance with value type string. Oh, it didn't like that at all. It didn't like that one bit. Okay, that doesn't work. Well, good to know. They basically used it as a crutch to port the game to newer platforms. That's kind of ironic, since you often hear that, like, Godot isn't good for porting elsewhere. More like an emulator. That's cool. That's good information. Okay, this doesn't work, so we're just gonna let it go and move on with our lives. But I'm glad I tried it. Coming back. When it's for like newer platforms, like, I mean, what was it out on? Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Windows, Amazon Luna? Nuh-uh. Really? It's on all those? Wait, but that's 2010. That's something else. So wait, this is different. This is like a different version of it. Godot is great for porting it everywhere. So many game devs. Sonic Colors Ultimate. The problem comes with the console's licenses. Right. Gotcha. And so accessing the, like, the stuff that lets you port it is behind licenses, right? That's why you gotta pay someone to do it for you. This is the empathy script here. So we can keep this the same, I guess. And then I'll say, instead of name split, we add heart. I mean, really, we could just say heart. Like, there's no reason not to say heart. Right. Because it's open source is part of what makes it so, like, expensive and difficult. We can just say heart. Because it's not going to be a variety of possibilities here. Again, we can just say damage label. And so that would update the damage label. There is no damage label. But if there was a damage label, that would be what we use. So I'll comment that out. Godot people actually made a new company some time ago to get those licenses. Right, and that's what I mean by paying people. That's W4. And right, that's what you're talking about. W4 just got a $15 million investment, actually. Which is good for Godot. But with them having access to everything, they can stir the engine code to be more compatible and even easier to port. Right. Making it less expensive over time to port stuff. Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like, you know, when I hear people say, like, oh, I'm not going to use Godot because it's too hard to port games. Like, maybe if you're trying to release it tomorrow and you also don't have any money to use, but it seems technically doable. It seems technically doable. That's cool, though. I appreciate hearing that. That it's going to get... That makes sense. That it would get easier. If it's the people who are, like, core to Godot's existence. Wouldn't that make it easier? I hear some people say it's like a conflict of interest or something. That they're trying to profit off of Godot. I think that's stupid. but I guess it's vaguely interesting. If we're damaged with less than or equal to 0 health, inform the UI to FX to flash the screen. With less than or equal to 0 health? I don't know why this is here, because that's not true. There's no if statement. You can buy the license yourself and port your own game. It shouldn't even be hard. That's interesting. That's a bridge. I'm not even gonna look at that bridge until I have a game. I'm not even gonna peek at that bridge. I don't want to research that bridge. I'll look at it a little bit, and the most that I've seen tells me I'll worry about that later. Shouldn't even be hard. I hope not. I hope not. Maybe a little hard for certain people. Me. Current health. I don't understand why I've labeled it this way. Damage with less than or equal to 0. That should be down here. That's down here. So I think I just have like a typo here. Let me fix that immediately. That goes here. Whoopsie. And then come back over here. Do the same thing. Saying hard is probably C++. Oh. Just not something that I know. But if you do know C++, maybe not that hard. I don't know. I like have no idea. Like, I don't even know where to start doing something like that. A console port? I have no idea. I have no idea where to start. Couldn't tell you. Wouldn't tell you. So, like, my perspective at this point is if I haven't made a game that has generated enough money to afford paying someone else to do it for me, it's not worth porting. That's my take on it. Inform UI FX to flash the screen. Right. Limb is damaged. Oh, so this is empathy is damaged. I mean, this isn't just informing UI flash. Inform messenger of damage. E.g., so UIFX can flash the screen. Like, that's just one possible thing. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's just sometimes when I see like lists about why you should choose Godot over Unity, I'm like, most of the people reading this list are probably not going to make a successful game. Including me. Like, it's yeah, it's a hard consideration for me to take seriously. Especially when there are possibilities, in this case, for porting a game. It just requires money. And, I mean, certainly getting to the point of putting a game on console, like, you don't just try out a game on console. You don't put like a project you just made and you are trying out game dev on a console. Like, consoles don't want that. They're not interested in that. That's what itch is for. And to a lesser extent, Steam. It would be wise to go into Steam with more intention. But technically, you can go into Steam if you have enough money, which isn't much, but a little bit, to put your game up on Steam. You can go in there and pump out flops all day. consoles? Who am I to think I'm ready for consoles? Hell no. But it's good to think about. I really commented this like a long time ago. I wish I had actually updated the comments before I copied it, and so I'm not going back and forth. But, oh well. Inform messenger of damage, e.g. so UI can flash the screen. HP bar stuff? Like, what are you even talking about? This is some sloppy things on here. Okay, so that's fixed up a little bit. Steam is fine. Steam is fine. I agree with that statement. Damaged with less than or equal to 0 health. Okay, so we've updated empathy is damaged, and we emit that signal. That's pretty important. Now here, if the current health is less than or equal to 0, and it is itself, so we don't need to actually clarify this. If current health is less than or equal to 0, hide the mesh. I would say that's true. But since we don't have the mesh defined yet because it doesn't exist, I'm going to comment that out. Synchronize collision, turning off the physics process. There's no collision here, so we don't need this at all. So I'll get rid of that. We technically don't really need that for the arms either. Damage the body. Now it's not a body, or the head as we're now calling it. More things I need to rename, actually. If collided body part, area body. Ugh, so many things to rename. I shouldn't have hard-coded this. It doesn't look like we need any of this anyway. I mean, it doesn't look like we need this even in the body part script. It's not doing anything. Other than here, head is damaged. But we already have empathy is damaged, so we don't need that. Now here's body health. This is outside of those conditions. So we definitely don't need any of this. I've got things in some weird places, man. This is a messy script. It's amazing. I mean, it's one of the first things that I put together on this project. So it makes sense that it would be such a damn mess. But it really is a huge mess. Like, I feel like I should put this at the top. Just for the sake of making sense. And then this also feels like it should be higher up in this if condition. Just like visually, the way it should read. Restart the game on death. This doesn't kill you, so we don't need any of that either. So all that goes. And we have a much leaner script. Now, as for the other one, there are some changes that I'd like to make over there. For example, I want to rename all of these to head, which is going to cause some issues. I mean, for example, when I export, so I need to actually do this somewhere else. I'm going to put this actually as part of the design empathy heart, which is a little messy, and I apologize to myself in the future. Figure out how to swap out body mesh. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh gosh, that's a whole thing. So actually, we did figure this out. This is actually what we figured out just today. So I'm going to check this off. Definitely did that. I would estimate this could take 8 hours or more. I'm going to say we spent, what, maybe 30 minutes? ChatGPT helped me and Dragon Blade helped me figure out what the split slash mesh slash whatever on ready was doing. Strike that out. And Blender designed an alternate body mesh with a floating heart in the middle. That seems unnecessary. Wait, why? Oh, I see why. Because in the beginning, there won't be a heart there. Yeah, we do actually need to swap it out. We actually do need to swap it out. Because in level 1, you won't have the heart yet. You only get the heart by the time you get to level 2. There's a lot of things to think about, because we gotta change... We also have to swap out the meshes for the legs. There's a lot of things to think about. It's gonna get complex. It is gonna get complex, but that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the complexity. It's okay. But the thing I was gonna add on here is rename body mesh to heart or to head. I know that seems weird because, like, what is the... This task is for designing the empathy heart. But the thing is, that's the next time I'm going to go into Blender and modify the player character model. And so that would be when I want to go in here and rename it to head. I could do it now. I could do it now. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just do it now. Alright, screw it. I'll do it now. And so if I do that, I'm going to need to make sure that that stuff is dynamic. So there is this reference, this hard-coded reference in the body script. A couple of them, actually. Well, no, just one. This right here. Hey, DNF. Good to see you. Thanks for the like and the well wish. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're at 800. We made it to 800. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations, and thank all of you for subscribing to this channel. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It means a lot that y'all are willing to come through and see what we're up to. 800 is a big number for us. It's a big number for us. We're getting there, little by little. Thanks, DNF. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. How are you doing today? Hope you've been well. By the way, just speaking of things like subscribes, if you haven't yet, hyper smash that thumbs up button. If you're watching this and you haven't liked it yet, why not? Why not? You're literally right here, hanging out. You might want to help out the stream. You know what would be a really good way to do that? smash that like, just like DNF did. It makes a big difference in how YouTube regards the video. So thank you if you can do it. It really helps, and I appreciate it. Like, subscribe. You know you want to. You know you want to. Hit that like button. I'm not even asking you to subscribe right now. Just hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't bother. Hit that like button. One ask at a time. You're terrible? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No. I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired. I feel like that's reflected in my energy level. But that's okay. It happens. I wouldn't say I'm terrible, though. So, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that gets some resolution soon, or at least works towards less terribleness. I may deserve 800 subs. You deserve to feel less terrible. You deserve to feel less terrible. No. 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 Still not sleeping. You've heard COVID is making a comeback. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it's ramping up. That Omicron. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. If you think that might be something that you've got. COVID's a biatch. Get rest. I know you can't because you're not sleeping. But even if that's just like not working too hard, I hope that you're at least enjoying that. Dude, not sleeping sucks. That's really frustrating. And there's also often so many things that contribute to that, and it's like hard to kind of pin it down. Not sleeping sucks. It seems cool because you get more time out of your day, but it sucks. It actually sucks. Dragonblade. No. So ornery. So here, I don't want this to be area body reference. I mean, we could just say if it's itself, right? If the collided body part is its own name. I don't understand this. It's checking for itself? I guess it's icy. So we could just say name here. I think we could just say name, right? Wouldn't that just be enough? Hell. Why can't I just say self? Oh, but it has to be icy. It's not... It does have to be a reference to area body because this is a class. That is a little bit tricky, actually. Because this might not be the same name. Really, we want to say if collided body part. It's actually a little tricky to not hard code that. I actually have no idea how to not hard code that. Besides just setting a variable that defines what this is supposed to be and then connecting it that way. That's the ornery face. The company who runs the house where you live have people who have COVID but didn't tell anyone until they had been, so it could have been spread around. Oh, I hate that. Landlords, no! That's so messed up. Is it checking itself before wrecking itself? I think it is, it's wrecking itself. It would be wrecking itself by checking itself. Funny enough. That is so messed up. I didn't even think about it. Like, that would be something that a landlord should disclose to tenants. But that does sound like something that should be disclosed. On the other hand, you know, I find myself just assuming COVID is everywhere. I wear a mask everywhere I go. There are some instances where I don't wear it if I just like decide the risk is lower, but I mask everywhere, like pretty much. But not everybody wants to do that, and that makes sense. In which case, it would be nice to know that there is COVID in the vicinity, for sure. I'm not really sure how not to hard code this. We have support workers. My current one has been unwell since before Xmas. What is support workers? Is that a British thing that I don't know what it means? Is that like home health aides or something? If you have if there's people like in the house, like that does seem like that's pretty important and serious if they're sick. Quite a body part is set to area body. I mean, I see. Supported living house, you get help with stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe in the US we call it like a home health aide or something. Understood. That's interesting. I mean, that, yeah, then there definitely should be some more disclosure about, because that's kind of like an employee then. And then they're putting clients at risk. Why are they working? Why are they working? Shouldn't they not be working? Why are you being a work martyr? You're sick. Stay home. I know we all need money, but dang. Especially when you have a social job like that. There's a lot going on there, DNF. There's a lot going on there. I can see why you're concerned. The only thing I can think of is I just like set an export variable somewhere, or I just define this. I would rather do that than have it inline. It's not ideal, but I just think it's gonna be easier. And I do want to rename this from area body. I don't think we need to export this. Which won't return a node in the scene tree before ready. Oh, we have to do on ready. That's right. Forgot about that. Right, so I'm going to rename it. So I opened up Blender. I'm going to go to the alien. I'm just going to do this now because I want it to be head. I want to move on. It's not the body anymore. It's different. It's the head. If I rename this area 3D to head, it does not update that, which I kind of figure it wouldn't. I could try assigning it. This might be a nice one to assign, actually. So if I say at export variable is head, and make that area 3D. I don't think that's something that is at risk of breaking So I think we can do that, and that'll be fine. And so here we want to say is head that's here, that's there, that's there. Look for any other area body references. They're gone. And then I'm gonna need to make sure I rename the body here to head. We do have some problems here, right? I mean, the body itself is still attached to the head. They're not actually separate meshes. So I mean, I could duplicate this in Blender. Call this body. I actually kind of need to remake the body a little bit in Blender so it doesn't have an open hole on the top. That is something I kind of need to do, actually. I'm not going to do it now, but I should do it. Because if the head's going to shrink, then the body's going to have this big gaping hole on it, which isn't ideal. But if I come in here, remove that, should be kind of good enough. And then come into the head, go to edit mode, select just the body, delete that. So now they're separate. Head and body. Ooh. Except I left some things in body that should be in head. I left the teeth in body. We might break a few things here. I might be breaking things. It's very possible. But hopefully it's nothing we can't fix. Unless it is something we can't fix. I need to redo something here. Wait, is the head... Oh, the head does have it. So actually, we just gotta get rid of this in the body. I gotcha. So we do have teeth. On the head. Okay, good. Great. So now we have a separated head and body. I'm sure I'm gonna have regrets about doing this. And so, before I save it, I'm gonna make a backup of the player model because I love myself. Backups. Player, alien, pre-head separation. So save that as a backup. Now I'm gonna save this one. And we'll see how messed up it is. Or how messed up it's not. I'm only slightly concerned that Godot isn't trying to update anything. Oh, is it because I'm running the game? Usually if I save something in Blender, it starts importing something in Godot. Why didn't it? Oh, jeez. Let's just reload the project. I wonder if somehow Blender got disconnected. It's been a minute since or at least a week, since I actually updated something in Blender. Oh, it's not updating it. Okay. Alright, let's check the connections. If I remember correctly, that's somewhere in here. Yep, sometimes it just loses the Blender 3 path. Not great, but that does happen. It does happen. The Blender integration do be like that. Okay, now I'm going to save the file. It's still not updating it. Why? Do you want me to be more specific? You want me to do blender.exe? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Try reloading it again. The Godot Blender integration is great in theory, and usually it's... There it goes. We just had to jiggle it a little. Just had to give it a little shake. No problem. Now, we still might blow it up in some unintended way. That's for sure. But it happens. Okay, so we have a couple problems. The body is still called the body here. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce your name whatsoever, but welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm working on this game in Godot. Currently, I'm updating something from Blender. I've made some changes. Of meshes that were previously named certain things and now they're different. I feel like if I just move the damage label in here, like that will be fine. And as long as it's looking for head, everything will be fine. Something is going to be weird. There's no way this just works out of the box. Right? Like something's going to be broken. The lighting is weird. The damage label name here is wrong. So we have to fix some of these things. That's for sure. Identify damage label had not declared in the scope. So we want, wow, we just hard-coded the crap out of this. Whoopsie. All right. And now the body doesn't flash, which actually is fine. That's actually okay. It shouldn't flash. I wouldn't want it to flash. You know, not much broke, actually. The lighting on the head is a little weird at first. But other than that, like, what? Look how shiny it is. It doesn't have... It has, like, all this specular going on. I guess because it doesn't it has the blender material, not the Godot material. Until I hit something and it flashes, then it goes to the Godot material. So that's why. We're actually not in that bad of shape. This actually didn't break that much. I'm actually pretty happy with that. So what about the teeth in the mouth? Those have to be kind of weird. Yeah, it's not perfect. So I have to reset all of those materials. But other than that, it actually didn't break too much. I think it raises some questions, like why does the head get hurt but the body doesn't? Right? Before the body would take damage. There is a lore reason why the body doesn't take damage. The body is indestructible. But that raises some questions. It's like, well, if it's indestructible and you run into a tree, wouldn't it tear down that tree? You know? I mean, certainly that's something to think about, is to have there be like actual collision with these things. So if you, that is something I want to do, is I want to set up slowdown amounts. So if you run into an obstacle that has a certain amount of sturdiness, your character will stop. And I could implement that actually somewhat easily, but so here we have a slowdown amount here. I don't believe partial is set up yet, unfortunately. The only problem is I have to come to all of these trees that are currently in every single terrain block, and I have to separately set them as being fully slow down. Which isn't the most fun. Oh, it doesn't even set them. I can't even like, wait, really? I can't set them in bulk? Don't tell me that. Okay, I can. I just have to make sure we set them all at the same time. But that's only one. We've got many of these. You know, ideally we'd figure this out, you know, and be certain about it. That would be ideal. But for now, I gotta come into each one and change all these. It could be worse. Set it to full, so they all should be full. Slow down. I might regret this, but I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm curious. No one said I should. And why am I doing this? Oh, so it makes sense. It kind of doesn't make sense, though, because here's the problem. When you run into it, the collision... This is a bad idea. We're gonna find out quickly why this is a bad idea. And why we need that partial collision. This is a bad idea. I'm telling you right now, it's not a good idea. Because then we're not gonna damage things well. Which, you know, maybe that makes more sense. Because really, the obstacle that we'd want the head to be in danger of is bullets. Is projectiles. Which aren't in the game yet. I haven't made projectiles yet. But in theory, that's going to be a huge part of the game. So, that would really be what targets the head, not running into things. So, actually, this might be making the game make more sense. It's just now, it's going to be harder to damage the head if I do this. But whatever. I'm trying it anyway. Screw it, let's just try it. So let me get all these trees. I do have to go through and undo all of that then. So there's a lot of questionable behavior on my part happening. Yeah, I might want to set up an obstacle that's just like a floating thing that is directly targeted for the head. And that's just, it's just a currently stationary projectile that hasn't been set up to move yet. Or I put that top of my list to do projectiles. All right, this is gonna be really weird. Now I'm stuck because the slowdown effect is incredibly buggy. Okay, I'm not stuck. It's not great. But you can see now the head isn't taking any damage. So that makes sense that the arms would take damage because it's colliding with the arms first. So now that there's no arms, you can't block yourself. And so the idea would be that here the legs are colliding with the trees, which it's a little silly. So you'd have to collide with it just so the leg doesn't hit. But then if the legs are hitting, why aren't they taking damage? So then it must be the body that's colliding. Oh, I didn't set these trees to be collidable. It's a little messy. It's a little bit messy. And it complicates things a little bit. Really, you'd want the animation to stop playing as well. Because as it is, when you slow down, you're just mid-run. And it just freezes your run animation, which is really silly. I mean, of course, what you really want to do is avoid bumping into anything, right? Somehow this feels better. Like, there's something I kind of like about it, that it stops you. You know, like there you're just like stubbing your toe. But these should be collidable as well. And then, so for like a partial slowdown, it would be like you tear it, like you break it. You know, maybe this like tree without any leaves on it is like more destructible. And so you just like burst through it, but it still kind of hurts you to do that. That could make some sense. And maybe you trip a little, it like bumps you a bit. I don't fully know how I feel about this. I mean, it seems it's like if I run into a tree from the side, then it's gonna hurt my legs or my body. Apparently. Because for some reason, it just lets us do that. It's all a little confusing, if I'm being honest. But yet there's something about it I kind of like. It feels a bit nonsensical. But then again, I mean, if you run into a tree, it's like maybe kind of unclear like what you're gonna hurt. Like maybe you hurt your legs, maybe you hurt your arms. Maybe don't run into trees. Maybe think about not running into trees. See what that does. And there you just stubbed your leg. And so we could say, you know, if you hit an obstacle like that, you know, that leg, you can trip a little. We could have a special animation for that. There's a lot of considerations. There's a lot of complexity. Anyway, so this is the game that I'm making. Microwave. There's a lot of considerations. So the game I'm making is about protecting your limbs, but also collecting objects that can heal you, but only certain objects. So I'm also currently setting up an empathy health bar. So that's that blue health bar. It doesn't do anything, but in theory, it would do something. When you eat something you're not supposed to eat. So you're an alien invading Earth, and there's humans and there's animals, and you eat them to regain health. But if you eat the wrong animals and the wrong humans, it's going to affect your empathy health bar. I have no idea what losing empathy will do. I just came up with the empathy health bar like a couple days ago. So I'm not really sure what losing this health bar on the right will do, But I do know what happens if you lose limbs. Your ability to, say, grab things will be limited. If you lose legs, your ability to move will be limited. Right now, these houses will break off your legs. They don't stop you. I would like that to trip you. It kind of makes sense. You could just bump into a tree since it's like this full thing. But a house, what I really want a house to do is actually trip you so you fall down. There's a lot of things to get in here. But that's it, you know? It's like, it's not a small game idea. I would say this is a medium-sized game idea, and that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So then you can see here, we've lost our legs. All right, well, this has been a very interesting thing to explore here. Wow. Okay, we got some debugger things. Is that this was modified? This is interesting. Alien body damage labels modified from inside an instance, but has vanished. Okay, so I need to... I see. I don't fully see. What do you mean? Is that still a problem? Is that okay that I modified it inside of an instance? I think that's okay. I think that might have been something that's resolved now, because we're not pulling up those bugs anymore. So I think we're okay. We're gonna go with that for now. Wow. You know, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It's harder to damage the head, but only as long as you run into these dead trees, then you can damage the head. But it's still a little harder to do it, because they're much less frequent. You know, I thought I might regret this, but I think I'm glad I did it this way. I think I'm glad I did it this way. I think I like the slowdown thing. I think in a weird way it works. And it feels like it makes more sense. Wow. There's a lot to think about there. A lot of things to think about there. For example, some of these things I gotta put in planned. Empathy, okay, NPCs. That is something I want to do next Monday. Design empathy heart. I'm going to do that next Monday as well. Limb shrink based on HP. This is planned. Improve health bars. We're kind of doing that. Limbs HP bar. Maybe we're doing that. Empathy health bar. I am doing that. And then as far as the slowdown stuff goes. Oh, and so then here's the other problem with the slowdown stuff. Is it does have a bug. So if I jump into something that slows us down, we can get stuck. Oh, interestingly, we're not. Wow. So I guess that was only true with the walls that we set up. Okay, maybe we don't get stuck. That's actually good news. I'm surprised. It's interesting that we were hurting our head there. I guess there is a bit of a problem, is that we can like collide through the tree and then fall down. Like, because it's not really, the thing is it's not actually colliding with the tree. We're not colliding with the tree. What it's doing is it's detecting to see if we're in proximity to the tree. And if we are in proximity to the tree, then it's going to if we are in proximity to the tree, then it's going to slow the terrain. So the ground is actually not moving when we run into this. So if I run from the top, the terrain stops, but it's not actually colliding with the character. So this is part of the reason why I might not keep the jump, because it kind of causes some issues. Because, like, what if you land on top of it? What if you land on top of it? How do we determine that we're on top of it? I mean, we could have, like, a raycast or something. It's just getting a little complicated. So a raycast that determines if we're slowed down and if underneath us is an obstacle. And if so, what happens? Do we turn off gravity? And if so, what are the consequences of that? It raises a lot of questions. Making a game is hard. 3D game is also hard, but just making a game is hard work. I'll tell you what. Every day, it's like the scope of the project grows. But not really. It's like the scope was set. Just like my understanding of the scope gets bigger. Like, oh wow, this is a bigger game than I even thought it was. Wow. Okay. So I'm gonna create a task for vertical collision. Simulate. How long do I think that'll take? A long time. I'm gonna say 16 hours. That's a best case scenario. I'm definitely undershooting how long that'll take. Oh, screw that. I'm saying 24 hours. That's gonna take a lot of time. Resolve jumping on top of obstacles issue. Oh, I see we had some glitches a moment ago on the stream. My internet is from cell phone towers. It might be, you know why? It's because I pulled up this. My internet is from cell phone towers, which means it's a little flimsy. And I think they must be tying in my download speed to my upload speed. So if I do stuff on the internet while I'm streaming, it's going to actually affect how much I can send out to the live stream, which is why those gray bars happen all over the screen. That number in the top left should read 9,000 kilobits per second. That's what it should read. Or approximately that. But when it drops, that means we're having some troubles. It is a bit of a gray day outside. That can affect my internet a bit. It just happens briefly. It won't last long. For real this time. It's better than my old internet. I had old internet that was much worse. I just switched it. This is much better. But I did want to let you know that I know that happened. Resolve jumping on top of obstacles issue. Vertically colliding does nothing since there is no collision on body versus obstacles. Set up raycast that checks if 1, there is slowdown, and 2, there is an obstacle underneath. I don't think we can turn on actual collision between objects. Revisit why we can't have actual collision between objects. I don't totally remember why, but I don't feel like figuring it out right now, so I'm putting this here. Alright, so this is something to look at some point. Now it's there. The ever-ballooning project continues to balloon, as it would. I switched out the head. I'm here to be setting up the empathy HP bar. That's my intention, really. Which is that blue bar to the right. The head texture is off. So I should fix that. The mouth and teeth textures are, I'm sure at this point, reset. This is actually the mouth texture. It remembered that, which is a little concerning, because it shouldn't actually be in the body anymore. This is actually the body. It's not supposed to be there anymore. But it is. But it is. So I'll take the W of getting the hex code, come to the head, where it's gonna have all three of these textures. I don't remember which is the teeth and which is the mouth. If I'm being honest, I don't. It could be one, it could be two. Looks like we did per pixel shading, burly diffuse. I think that's all default. I didn't mean to set this as a shader. I meant to set it as standard material 3D. Hit up the albedo. This is for the mouth on the head. Since I changed the mesh, I need to update the materials. Shading, yep, just like that. Let's see if the mouth is changed. It is. And then for the head, we just use what we've used elsewhere here, which is this green color. So set the head material. And I'm having to redo this because I created a new model for the head, which was a duplicate of what was previously attached to the body. Okay. I do want to try some. Have I been doing any shading on this? I haven't. I do want to kind of. I'm thinking like some cell shaded toon style graphics would suit this game really well. So that's something that I'm planning on doing at some point. Just getting some toon shading going. Like all the way. Like this isn't really a shader on here. It's just shading. But you can do like a toon style here, which will just eliminate the lighting in a desirable way. The shading, I guess I should say. And so then that just makes the teeth pop a little more. And I kind of think I'd like everything to kind of be like that. Because you can see how the shadows are kind of very diffused. They're a little sharp, but I think they could be even sharper. So that's something to think about. I think some of the lighting things I've done, I need to reconsider. I don't know if it's because Godot handles it weirdly or what. But if I restart the game, so if I die, which will restart the game, some kind of weird things happen with the lighting. You can see it's very dark under the head here. Very dark under the body. But if I die and it restarts it, there's suddenly this big bright glow behind the character. And actually, you can see on the trees, it looks like there's actually a light that's being turned on for some reason behind the character. But only whenever we restart the game. So I don't really know what that's about. there is a directional light in the main scene. But, like, why would that change on death? You know? So I'm not really sure what is going on with that. But in general, I'm thinking maybe we get some sharper edges on the shadows for a more cartoony look. But anyway, that's kind of a different topic entirely. Okay, so the head's looking better. That's another bug that happens, is it resets the material of the teeth and the mouth when you damage the head. That's because I didn't set different materials in the code to return to when you take damage, and it flashes red. I don't know how to define sub-materials. I'm sure it's quite doable. I just don't know how to do it. And I haven't felt like fixing it yet. So in order to show you this, I have to damage the head, which is most sensibly done by running into this dead tree. So you can see how it's got red and white teeth now. As soon as we take damage, and it flips it between red and green, you can see it applies it all to green. That's something I need to fix. But I do have that written down as something to fix, so... Okay, so that's updated. Let's save this. We're not running errors, so that's good. I think I have updated the body to the head in just about every place that it matters. I could do a quick search, find in files, and just see where body appears. Looks like we have it in a comment. Replace with function body. That's just some default stuff, totally different from our game. Body part, that's a fine place for it. Body part, body part, body part, character body. Here, this enum. This enum we need to actually change to not be body, but to be head. I don't think we need to do be head. I don't think we need to do much. Can I find member body in base body part is parts? So I'm thinking if we come here to head, we just have to rename this. So if I save that, we just have to redefine this. Why is body an option? I would like to see that refresh, if it wouldn't mind. Apparently it would mind. What if I set it to something else and come back? Is there anywhere else? There are actually a lot of places we've referenced to body. Why doesn't that change? What about these? So those all still say body. I wonder if I restart the project. I've gotten into some messy things here. But I really need to rename all the body stuff to head. I wish it was called head in the first place, but I didn't know that that was something I wanted until now. And that's fine, but it's true. Let's see. Head. Is it not popping up at all because we have the error in the script now? I see. I see. So I just need to update this, and then I bet it appears. So if I save this... I said, if I save this... No! Alright. I mean, it's not a big deal. I just saved it. The big deal would be if it crashes every single time I do that. Forever. That would be a problem. I might have to bust out the waiting for Godot. Are we waiting for Godot? Is that what's happening here? No? Okay, perhaps not. perhaps not. Understood. We still have the error. That's the wrong script. Let's see if it'll let me change it. Change it to head. I won't even save it this time. We've got it in a couple places. Is that all the places? No, we've got it in several places. Several places. It's checking to see if it's a head. Or really, it's supposed to... It was body, but we're making it head. Okay, that's resolved. And now we've got is part head. And now we can save it, and everything's fine. No more bugs. Finding files, body. If collided body part, that's fine. Character body, that's fine. Messenger body damage connect. I'm surprised that's still here. This is on the main scene. I mean, we must just not be using this. This is on the... Wait, no, it's not. What is this? Area... This must be something that we ended up not keeping. I think these are scripts. I think these are garbage scripts. I think we can throw all of these away into the garbage. So I'm going to do that. Remove them. Burn them down. Don't want them, don't need them. So I'm coming down here. These are old scripts that I ended up not using. This is great. We're cleaning house. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Let's run that search again. We do have this here on the detection area script. Also not one that we're using. Burn it down. Get it out. Refresh the search. Body part, body part. Here we got another thing here. On HUD. Is this something we're using? Literally everything is commented out. So it seems like it's not being used. This is the script UI effects debug. I don't think we have a HUD script being used anywhere. Burn it down. Get it out of here. Delete it. Refresh the search. Body HP bar. So that is one thing I haven't renamed. Is the HP bar. Kind of been procrastinating that. I guess we'll do it. Head HP bar. I'm going to need to save that. And that's not updating here. Even though this is called the head HP bar, this is actually the empathy HP bar, but it's using the same thing. I should really call it HP bar. I shouldn't call it head HP bar. I should just call it HP bar. If I'm being honest, it should just be HP bar. And then I'd kind of want to change this file name as well. So down here, this is called head HP bar. So rename that to HP bar. That's going to break some things. It's going to break a couple things, to be sure. No, wait, this is a script? Oh, we're not using this script. Burn it down. Burn it down. Not being used, don't need it, don't want it. So where's the health bar at? Where does this live? Show in file system. Oh, it's right there. I don't know how I missed that. Rename this. I only slightly panicked there. We're just going to call this HP bar. I'll update it there. And then I need to find in files all the places that we had the body HP bar set up still. So right here, we're just calling it HP bar now. Right here, same thing, HP bar. We got a couple more places to deal with it. It's a mess. It's a lot of effort to rename something like this. Let's make sure we got the HP bar stuff sorted. So let me search final files, body, HP. Let me save this. I'm not sure why that isn't updating. It's a bit curious. It's a bit curious that that wouldn't update. It's like not saving the scene somehow. Yeah, save it. Why is the scene non-saving? It's horrifying. Attempting to parent and pop up a dialog that already has a parent. Cannot open file. Oh gosh, I've done bad things. So it's looking, I might need to reinstantiate this. Could be the problem. I've been reckless. I know I have. I know I've been reckless. Sometimes you just want to get things done, you know? So if I remove this instance, remove that instance, and save it, it saves fine. So I'm going to instantiate a new HP bar here. Instantiate a new HP bar here. And this instance, I need to make it blue. So we come to theme overrides, styles, and we're going to set it to the blue one, like that. I'm going to make these editable because it's helpful. Now we can save it. And if I go to search, find in files, I want to search for body HP. Nowhere to be found. Very good. Continue to search for body. Body part is okay. This should be damaged the head. Body part healed the body. This should be healed the head. This function being called is called body damage. I'd like to change it to head damage. Update that. It had to be done eventually. Body background visible. So this is all on the UI effects here. On the main scene. So this is when it flashes. Right, so when you take damage and the screen flashes. We're going to name this head. Come back to the script. could be nicer just to, so we don't have to do that in the future. I'll say at export variable head damage flash, I guess. And we want that to be whatever this is, which is a texture rect. And we'll do the same thing here. We're going to want to do this for empathy as well, ultimately. So I guess I'll just go ahead and set that up. And so now we can assign the limb damage flash to this one, head damage flash to that one. I don't have an empathy one yet. I could just duplicate this one for now. Call it empathy. Connect that. I'm just cruising. We're just doing stuff. We're just cleaning up things. And so then I want to say head damage flash in all these places. Head damage flash, visible true. Same thing here, except it's limb damage flash, visible true. We don't have the empathy thing set up yet. Probably be good to do the timers as well here. All in good time of some such. I mean, really, it's the same thing. So, screw it. Let's do it. Export variable timer fx flash. Whatever. It's just nicer. It's just nicer if we can assign it. I'm gonna put this in here. Timer fx flash. Same thing here. Timer fx flash. And then we're gonna assign that as such. Save it. Godot. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We zoomed in a bunch. The editor does not like that. It does not like that. That's a good time for waiting for Godot. It's good. It's got it. I gotta do a little more zooming. I pull this out because I will read a passage as long as we're waiting. But I think we're not. So I won't. Oh, we are. We're not. It's fast. It proves the point. Godot is very fast. That's part of the point. So refresh this search. Replace a function body, character body, 3D, rigid body, body part, body part, body part, body part, character body, body part, body part, body part, function body. I think we have purged all the references to body. Have we broken much? Does the game still work right? I think it does. I think it does. For some reason, that damage number that I moved up moved back down, which concerns me in some ways. In other ways, whatever, it's fine. Okay, cool, good, awesome. Save it. Project is a little cleaner, a little leaner. Nothing wrong with that. What was I gonna do? Something. What was I gonna do? Real quick. I don't remember. I forgot. It slipped my mind. I know what'll help me remember. I'm gonna go use the loo. I'm gonna go use the loo real quick. It'll take me like a very short amount of time. It'll take me a very short amount of time, really. So I'll be right back. Not too short, just the right amount of time, I promise. So yeah, hold up. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. It'll take me like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds, you know, whatever it takes, but not that long. You'll see. Hold on. Sounds like I'm ending the stream. I'm not. I just wanted to play some music. I need like BRB music. All right. Getting back to it then. Holding the BRB. Someone's got to hold it up. Okay. So, I didn't remember what it was I was going to do. It's fine. We'll remember it someday. I'll tell you what I will do. I'm going to make a commit. We'll do a little GitHub commit. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. At least. We've changed a lot of things. Basically, split head and body. Replaced body references with head. Okay, it wants me to make it shorter. We'll say split head slash body. Replace body code with head. Used Blender to separate head and body mesh. All references in the code to the body have been changed to head. Also implemented full slowdown, or not implemented, also switched tree obstacles to have full slowdown effect. That's true, that's what I did. Began creation of empathy health bar and its UI effects flash. That's what I did. I'm even gonna push it. Forget it, just push it. Go ahead and push it. Okay. Good, good, good. Now what's next? I did just hit undo a couple times. I'm sure it's fine. But I am gonna check one more time that I didn't undo a body reference. Buddy, 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 buddy. These all don't matter. These are all fine. Good, good, good. Okay, we're good. So I guess I want to continue with the empathy health bar and have it be that if you recover with a cow, your empathy is going to decrease. The other thing I wanted to try to do in theory was set up the limb health bars. That's a lot. That's a whole thing. I'm going to do that. We're going to do the empathy one first and see how that goes. So the empathy script that I've been setting up is quite unfinished. I've been borrowing what's going on the body part script to change it. I think I got a little distracted. I got a little distracted by trying to, or catching little issues with the body part script. So I went and updated that. But now that's kind of sorted. Damage with less than 0 health, mesh hide, right. So we need to say pass for now, since there's nothing in there, since I've commented that out. Other than that, this should be pretty okay. Now, what's going to set it off is supposed to be if you collect a health item that's marked as not empathy okay, which the cows are marked as not empathy okay. And in fact, further than that, not only are they marked as not empathy okay, but it is going to emit the signal to our autoload messenger global script. So it's going to put a signal out there saying empathy is damaged. And that is indeed set up. Over here, empathy is damaged. And then on the empathy script, we have connected empathy is damaged here to damage detected. And if that damage is detected, it'll do this flash. This flash doesn't exist. This really doesn't work yet. Nothing really is going to happen here. This is just setting variables, so it doesn't matter that it doesn't work. If current health is greater than 0, messenger empathy is damaged, emit. Wait, so it's emitting it again? So that doesn't make sense. So this we don't want. We don't want it to then emit it again and call its own function again. No, no, no. Definitely don't want to do that. Because that's happening elsewise. It's a little different than the body part script in that sense. And maybe I shouldn't do it that way, you know? Like maybe I should say empathy consumed and let it process here. So if I do empathy consumed here, come back to the messenger. And on the messenger, signal empathy consumed. Go to the health script and say this emits empathy consumed. I think that's going to actually make more sense. Because it just, I feel like it should have some similarities to the way it's set up on the body part. I think that's going to be for the best. Empathy health emit. So then when the damage occurs, we want it to emit how much health it has. And we also want it to say that it has been damaged. So what we need to do is we need to get this information. This information is being updated. Empathy damage amount, current health minus damage, empathy damage amount. So that's all good. Now, I don't think this script is actually running in the game. I think this needs to be added in to the scene somehow. Now, earlier S had talked about, in the chat, had talked about being able to run files that aren't in the node tree. But I'm not sure how to do that. When I use the internet, the screen might get a little glitchy, unfortunately. I want to search Godot run scripts outside of node tree. So we might want to do a get node situation. Boo light mode. You know, any node in the tree, you just need to use the correct path. So I'm not really sure exactly how to make this work. I mean, what if I just make it a node in the tree? Like, what's so bad about that? What if it's just a node in the tree? What if that's just fine? You know? Why not? Because I don't think this is going to update anything. But like technically, I think everything is set up. So what should happen is as soon as I consume a cow, we should lose empathy points. But we're not. Because I don't believe that script is running since it's not in the node tree. That would be what I think. So if I sort of get a contrived thing here, I mean, I could just attach it. Well, we can't attach it to there. Because we duplicated this. I mean, you could still put it in there. And just make it some node. And this is empathy health bar. Often, remember, next time S comes through to ask about how to do that. So if I attach that script onto here, invalid get index player hover. Are you sure? Whoa. Oh, I think that's maybe working. That started sucking down. Why? Just as soon as it started? It just is going down. That's interesting. I mean, I would think at first it's because we're walking on top of cows. Which, if you just collide with the cows, then you collect them as healing items. But then it wasn't continually happening. So I'm not sure. See, it's just like... It's very odd. It just starts out decreasing. It's interesting. So let me see if this damage detected. I mean, this must be running. Empathy damage detected. No, it's not running. Oh, because I broke it. That'll do it. I feel like this like wrapping is really confusing me right here. So I'm gonna zoom out, even though it's a really slow operation. I guess I could also shrink the bar. That would also work. So let me zoom it back in. Just do that. Yeah, that is indented when it doesn't need to be. Also, there's no if here. Damaged with more than 0 health. But there's no if condition. Is that true on the body part as well? It checks what limb I am. How is this damage with greater than 0 health? That's not what this is. This is just if damage is detected at all, is what this really is doing. And so over here, it's detecting if damage is done at all, then it runs this, which is fine. But get rid of all this. We don't have to indent this because there's no if here. It is also... No, it shouldn't be doing it double time or anything. Inform messenger of damage. Oh, so that's actually happening over here. It's all a bit messy. Okay, so let's see if it prints that. It is. It's just calling it constantly. So I got to deal with that. I also want to deal with something else, by the way. We have this terrain slowdown message happening. What are you talking about? Invalid index player hover on base node messenger. Invalid index player hover. I still don't know how to read error message as well, so my guess is not good. On the health bar, invalid get index player hover. On the health bar. What's so invalid about it then? Why? If it's there... It auto-completes it and everything. Now this one is done differently than all these, but that's because it doesn't need to be set up this way. But that's the only, like, thing that, if I'm just looking at it, like, what's different about it. But that shouldn't give us a bug. So anyway, I feel like that's going to pop up again. The damage is detected is happening everywhere. The terrain slowdown message will also pop up if we run into something, which is a little annoying. And if I could find where that is and eliminate that, that would be kind of nice. Here. Let's comment that out. So that's firing all the time. Where that empathy message starts is on the health here. So if empathy OK is set to false, when check area is called. So that may be if I'm hovering over. No, but that's just if you collide with it. So it really should be if you collide with it. Let me see that. Let's do print collided with bad health, we'll say. It is constantly colliding with bad health. I think because it's checking collided body part, but it's not determining if that collided body part, it's actually probably determining everything that it's colliding with. So if it's colliding with another thing, so really this isn't right. It's not collided body part. It's just like what it collides with. It's not actually checking to see if it's a body part. The check is happening where this is getting sent. So this isn't really the right place to put it. And what I need to do is I need to emit another argument here. Collided body part and empathy OK. And then when I receive that on the body part, right, so that is to say it's been applied, which a lot of this is going to change. So God has helped me when I go to set that up. So I think this is, wait, where is that connected? That was on check area. Oh, health detected. Health detected. There's some messy stuff, but I'm learning a lot. I'll tell you what. Health detected right here goes to health collected. So it is here. And we want to make sure we add that extra argument. What do we call it again? Empathy OK. So here, if collided body part is self and current health is less than max health, current health plus equals 1. So I think that's a good place to put it. All this can be the same. We could even start with this. If collided body part is set to self, and really it shouldn't matter if you have max health. Just if collided body part is set to self, then and empathy OK is set to false, then send out the message. I believe that's what we want. Nice. So now when I run over these cows, if I smush these cows, empathy goes down. Nice. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much what I wanted. And we're using a lot of the same logic between health bars. Now it's quite aggressive. It's actually quite interesting because now you have to not only dodge obstacles, wow. But think about it, like you should not run over the cows. You should not run over the cows. So you have to like kind of pay attention to those little cows and make sure you don't run over them or your empathy health goes down. I still don't really know what's so bad about your empathy health going down. I gotta figure that out. But it kind of makes some sense. It kind of makes some damn sense. Nice. I think that actually is quite good. Now, there is one thing that now this reminds me of, which is if you run over a cow, it shouldn't heal you. But right now it can. So if my legs take damage and I walk on a cow, it heals you. Something I've been meaning to do is say that the healing only works if you are currently grabbing it. So grabbing has to be true as well. Again, a lot of that's going to change. But for now, it would make it more correct. And I kind of prefer that, if I'm being honest. Because it's too easy to recover right now. So on the health script, there should be some detection for grabbing. Right? So it knows if it's been grabbed. Object hovered. And that connects to the health hovered script or function. Meat is selected. So it's checking to see if the input grab is done. And then we have a health grabbed emission. Gotcha. Now, is grabbed gets sent where? I don't actually know. Search, find in files, health grabbed. That is in camera 3D. Right. So that way it can apply all the grab stuff. Gotcha. Can we connect this in multiple places? I mean, if it's grabbed, I would like it to flag. I think we can do it in multiple places. I don't know that I've tried to. So then I guess I'd want to check that on... Oh, we got some glitches a few seconds ago. I apologize. I just noticed it. In the top left there is my internet. 9,000 kilobits per second, give or take 1,000 should be what it's at. This is cell phone tower internet, which is considerably better than my old internet. But occasionally, it will waver. It is truly occasional, so not much to worry about. But I do want to acknowledge that it happened. So what I'm trying to say is... on the empathy health script... Actually, I guess I want this to be when empathy is damaged is fired, which is actually on the body part script, because it's detecting if it's been healed. So we have if collided body part is set to self and empathy, okay. So I think I'd want to add something here And what I actually not for this, I actually want this for the healing in general. We're not doing that. We're doing the healing in general. If collided body part is set to self and current health is less than max health and object is grabbed, that's what we want. So I don't think we're connecting that on here at all. So I think I'd want to do that. So if I come back to the camera, we grab this line, copy that, hop into body part, paste that in here. Hopefully this works. Health grabbed. I want to say health usable will be the function. Let's come down, health collected. Let's do it before health collected. Func health usable. And we want to fetch, I think it's just, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I think there's only one. Perhaps. Is grabbed, yeah, there's only one. Go back to the body part script. Health usable. I'm going to call it is grabbed. And then I want to say is grabbed. Or I want to actually update health grabbed to is grabbed. So I need to create that variable. Variable health grabbed. We want it to be false. That will set it to be true or not. Now, I don't know if that's going to unset itself, unfortunately, which concerns me a little bit. So maybe it would be better That's always the thing with setting booleans, is they have to be unset or reset. Because I don't think this... That actually could be a problem with this in general. That might be actually... Oh, because there's actually a bug that's happening where if you grab multiple things, it thinks you're still grabbing the other one. That must be why. Wow. So really what you'd want to do is only run certain logic. We really don't want to keep track of is grabbed. Again, unless we can determine something is ungrabbed. Well, we could just set released. So if I come back to health, it sets variable grab to true. If target is hovered, input action is pressed. We could say if input is action it has to be just released. Okay. Okay, that's probably fine. Then set is grabbed to false. Oh, because we only declared it in here. So we're going to say is grab true. Variable is grabbed set to false by default. This might fix a couple things. So there we can grab it. Okay, that didn't fix that. And it didn't fix the collision thing at all. That fixed nothing. I'm only a little surprised. I guess I'd be a little interested to understand what's happening here. Print ungrabbed. So it definitely sees ungrabbed happening. If we have it print what is grabbed currently says, it'll say false. And if we click it, I mean, it has to be true. It just is doing it so many times that I don't think we can tell. I mean, I don't see any true in there. I guess because by that point, it's always false. So I guess it might be useful to look at the body part script. Or rather, this might be a harder thing. And it's frustrating because, you know, a lot of this isn't going to be kept anyway. So it's kind of pointless to go this far into it. Other than it would be nice to solve this problem. It would be nice to solve this problem, truth be told. So right here, when we move the health, I'm going to check what the grab state is. Yeah, see how it just stays as true and it never goes to false? That's the problem. And I would say it's because this isn't being called. So we need that signal to be emitted again. So that function gets called again. Or make sure this function or this signal is sent out here every time. That seems potentially messy. So now it's just constantly reporting false. That's terrible. That's unacceptable. Why is that happening so much? I mean, obviously it's every frame, but I don't remember why it would do that. Like, it would have to be in the move health function is in the ready. And the health emits that whenever health is hovered. It should only be happening whenever health is hovered. Unless this health is hovered thing isn't doing what I think it's doing. Object hovered. Oh yeah, because the raycast is constantly checking to see if an object is hovered. This isn't actually checking to see if health is hovered. This is checking to see if anything is hovered. And then this is just checking. Well, it says if target. Well, let me go over here. Now I gotta go look at this. When does it emit that? Object hovered, emit new grab target. That's in process. So I would say that right there is what's causing it to go so many times, which is pretty unacceptable. That's pretty much unacceptable. What we need to do is we need to determine, because this is just sending out constantly what it's hovering over. And then object hovered is being read by the health script right here. So this is really that anything is hovered, is what that's sending out. Wow. And so hovered equals self. So now it's checking if target is set to hovered. So really, I would think we'd want this on the other script, right? And it's looking for health. That's what we need. That's what we should do. So if I come back to the camera, this could be fixing something I've been wanting to fix for a long time. And so it can be checking all the time, but we want to say if target is set to health, then emit object hovered. Now I got to make sure the target's not in the scope. Hovered grab target. So the only thing is I got to make sure object hovered isn't being used somewhere else. It's not. It's a misnomer. So really it is health hovered. Now it's health hovered, truly. So I want to come to all these places here, rename this to health hovered. And connect this health hovered. Wow. I mean, I wasn't experienced enough to catch this when I first set this up. But now I can catch it. That's cool. That's not bad. I like that. Okay, so where are we at now? Body part. Or camera, rather, on the camera. We're constantly checking if grab target is set to health. And if it is, then emit health hovered. We don't really need to actually have any information here. So we don't need to put a argument there. So we can get rid of this. Now if I come to health, down here, variable hovered set to self, we don't need that. If meet mesh, we don't need to call this. If meet mesh material override is set to hover material, we don't need target hovered stuff. All that can go. Same thing here. Burn it down. Same thing here. Don't need it. Okay, where are we at? So it doesn't hover anymore. So there's definitely some brokenness happening here. Now in theory, it should run this function whenever what's hovered is meet. I'm curious if this prints. Health. I'm detected. I doubt that's printing, but let's try. It is not. Back on the camera. Let's see if this tries to emit. Raycast sees health. I have a feeling that could be where we have a problem, is this set to health bit. And we might need to be more specific about the target name. I think that's where we gotta fix it. So, what's the target name actually? So if, I guess it has to be the meat. It has to be like meat. That's why. That's a little trickier. That's a little trickier. We'd really want to get a property of the meat. That's a little trickier. Because the self isn't the script. The self is the node. And the node name, in this case, I mean, we could also just say what's at the beginning of the node and make sure I always name it that. I don't love that as a system, but it could be one. This one doesn't have cows on it. This one does. So the meat is just like meat underscore 6, right? So, I mean, I could say look for anything that starts with the word meat. I could do that. Maybe I will. Honestly, I think I might. Welcome back, Neil. I'm going to head on to the camera script, and we'll say it's going to be a little tricky. Maybe. If grab target, guess how many downloads you got? 26. 27. 27. If grab target is set to it's going to be a little tricky. I don't know exactly how to do that. I guess I'd want to say grab target. I'm not exactly sure. Like if I were to say meet, okay. Because I need it to be a reference, right? So I need to somehow construct that reference in a way that lets me just look at the name of it. I honestly don't know how to do that. The best way I could think to experiment with that. Okay, this is a little... I mean, a part of me almost wants to just, like, implement the new health system. Instead of having this mess. You know, building this up for what? I don't know. For whatever. Part of me just wants to have the new health system. What's a new health system would mean it still needs to know if we've clicked on meet, and it's going to need information about that. You can add a group to meet 6 and then check the grab targets group. Welcome, Patrick. I love this suggestion. So here would be my question. Here would be my question. And this is what I wasn't saying about what I'm avoiding. I love your suggestion. I love suggestions. Thank you so much. Truly, truly. So here's my concern with that. Let me show you what is being printed from the target. You got 3 downloads. Nice. Okay, that's also respectable. Very respectable. That's 3 entire people. Entire people with computers. That's cool. Very nice. I'm so glad you're up on itch. So if I have it print what it's seeing, let me just find where that lives. I think we want to say grab target in the process function. Print grab target. Okay, so let me show you what is printed from here right now. Oh yeah, it doesn't like this. Okay, can we just let me just comment that out for now. Thank you so much. Okay. So down here at the bottom, with that overly large zoom, let me bring that zoom down just a little bit. Not that. This. So when I hover over things, it prints out only the name and then the area node ID. RID? I don't know. Something like that. So that's the only information that we're sending. Now I can set it to include more information. So I'm not really, so like I feel like the whole thing is like an RID or something, right? And the reason why it's only printing that much is because we've set it that way so it ignores all the other information, because if it doesn't ignore the other information, it doesn't detect the right things. So then in order to use, I'm thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, but in order to use the groups, I think I would need, and that's okay, I'm willing to do it, but I'm not sure how to do it. In order to use the groups, I think I would need to have that information be seen somehow, which I could try to figure out. I also don't even know how to use groups, by the way. I don't think I've ever used groups. I'd have to do some research, which I'm willing to. Well, it's a little late today, but I would put that as something to do. The only place I see groups are when I click on a node. There's signals and then groups. I'm thinking that's what you're talking about as a group. I've never used them, but I find that curious. So that's why I was looking at the name. You can add a group name. So if I say health, add it. I see, and it shows me this is all the nodes in this scene. That's pretty cool. That's pretty handy. Add them all to this group. I like this. So now all those nodes are in this group. And that's that. I'm surprised it doesn't like appear here, but I trust that that's okay. Do I need to like save the whole thing? There's a method like is in group that checks if an object is in a group. Ooh. That is intriguing. Okay. Okay, okay. Might be able to work with this. I trust I have set this up in a group, and you would correct me if I haven't. I wasn't sure because I thought it might pop up over here, but maybe it just doesn't pop up over here, and that's fine. All right. So over here on camera, instead of hitting the manage button, just type the group you want to add in the line. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, there it is. Oh, it wasn't the Area 3Ds that got added into the group. It's the mesh that got added into the group. My bad. So actually, it would have worked if I did it the way I was doing it. I need to remove these. I just have to make sure I click on... Wait. I wonder why it excludes those when I filter with the word meat. It just like cuts out all of those. Alright, so I can't use the filter. It would have been nice, but that's okay. So we're just looking for all the meats that are Area 3D nodes. Or are... Well, it's weird because it's giving just a node icon. But it is an Area 3D. There's some quirks in here. There's some quirks. There be quirks in these parts. But I see what you're saying. Like, if I had just done it the other way. So if I don't do it this way. We put it over here. Add a group. Oh, and look. Oh, because it's terrain 0/meat too. That's interesting. Oh, I see. It's the top level of it, kind of. It's a little confusing. It's a little confusing in there, so maybe not the most useful, but still. So then if I type in meat here and I do add, oh, nice. And so it automatically includes it in that group for me. Okay, all right, fair point. You really need to go and have it mess with the manage button. All right, fair. Fair, fair, fair. For being new, you got some helpful suggestions. I appreciate it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. I mean, the managed group seems like it would be nice, but, you know, it's okay if not. And then we get a little icon over here telling us that it's in a group. Welcome to Godot. I'm also really new. So it looks like we covered them all. Now I'm going to have to do that on every terrain that has meat. If I wanted to save myself a little time, I could just only spawn in terrain 4. This one doesn't have any meat. This one does. Let's just close the ones that don't have meat. And just do this in the ones that do. So if I select multiple of these, I wonder if I can add... Okay, you need to select a single one to do that. I am kind of curious about the meat thing. Oh, and so then there's... So they're not universal, which I guess makes sense. So there's a bit of tedium to it, which I don't love. You know, and I can't make it inherent. So if I wanted to add a new health item, right, I wouldn't be able to... I would have to remember to add it to the meat group every time. Which isn't ideal. Sorting is so weird. But I almost think I would rather come in here. Because I am trying to think like long term as well. So it might not be the best option for me ultimately. But I'm curious about what you're saying. So I'm going to check it out anyway. So there's meet 1. So we got to look for terrain slash. This is just a little easier to me. Terrain slash tree. Terrain slash meet. Terrain slash meet 2. Terrain slash meet 3. Oops. Terrain slash meet 4. Meet 5. Meet 6. Okay, I think that's how many are in here. There's 6 of them. Okay, that's terrain block 1. Terrain block 4, we've done them all. Terrain block 6, we haven't. Manage groups. Add the meet group. Find them all. This feels very much like a temporary solution. But that's okay. So we're looking for all of the area terrains. Click. Click. There's 2. I think there's going to be 6 on this one too. 4, 5, and 6. Add them. Okay. And I think that's all the ones that have it. Nope. There's this one too. There's a lot. That's why I gotta do the managing, because there's so many. Meet. That's okay, Patrick. A little bit, but you know what? That's okay. I appreciate you making a suggestion. And it's interesting, because on one hand, I'm learning about this, which is cool. And 2, it'll give me a short-term solution to something that is going to need to be changed at some point. But it would be nice to at least test this out and learn what happens if I do it. You did open a can, but here's the thing. Really, you gave me the can and said, do you want to open it? And I said, you know what? Let's open it. So it's not really you who opened the can. I chose to open the can. You just showed me how to open it. That is to say, it's on me to decide not to do this. And if I didn't do it, I don't know what I'd do. I just sit here and puzzle more, which is much less interesting to me. Sitting here and puzzling is so much more boring than doing something. So I say screw it. Let's do something. Even if it's not the right solution. It'll be fun. So now those should all be set. Probably. I don't think there's cows on here or on this one. And let's see what this group thing brings up for us. There's a method like isInGroup string. Okay. I was doing this on the camera script. And this script we were checking it. I think I commented it all out right here. if grab target, so we want to say is in group string. Now it's not giving me an error. Interestingly. Even though I can't jump to that in documentation. Okay, it is a problem. So it's something like that. Group. So let's see what we can find. Let's see if ChatGPT can do it. In GDScript, how do we know if a object is in a certain group? It won't work on nil. You need to make sure there's a grab target before making that check. Right. So actually, you're right. It is in group. So it should be an object, though. It just isn't yet. So what you're saying is... So how would I word this, then? Returns true if this node is in the specified group. See notes in the description and the group methods in scene tree. Get nodes in group. Group tree name has group name. Notify group. Set group. Oh, you can set a group in code. That makes it totally scalable. So that means on the class script, I can say set group meet. Oh, that would have saved us a lot of time. I mean, it's fine that we do it in the editor, but I could also do it in code. Nice. So that means this could very well be a scalable option. I should have known, but I didn't know. But now I know. That's pretty cool. I'm still not sure how to word it. I know you're typing. Thank you for being so helpful. In the meantime, I will set up it in code so we don't have to add it manually every time. So the health script here, in the ready, we can do like set, or I guess what I do, like self. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how to use that. Like, don't get me wrong. skeleton profile, set group, scene tree, set group. So that's the given property. Set group will set the property immediately on all members at once, which can cause stuttering for property with an expensive setter is set on lots of members. Okay. Only a little bit concerns me. The given property to value on all members of the given group. So we have to... Okay, I don't actually know how to use this. How would I set a node to be in a certain group using GDScript? Use the add to group method. Here's an example. You can replace node with the name of the node you want to add and group name with the name of the group. So I guess I could do name, potentially. Let's see. Hopping into the health. Or we could say self, add to group, meet. That might work. And so then I wouldn't need to set all of those necessarily. And then back on the other script, maybe now I understand it better. Hard, maybe. So it can't be on nil. Which means I can't just check if grab target is set to... Looks like the jumping between docs and Bing is working out pretty well. You know what I would say it is. Speaking of which, I should use that for this. Welcome back, Mimi. Dude, it is. The Bing is way more helpful than ChatGPT 3. It's so much more helpful. Absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. How would I check if a node is in a certain group using an if function in GDScript? Is in group, node dot is in group, node name. If okay, so maybe like this. If target if grab target, but this might be the nil, right? And so it won't work. This may be where we run into that error. What if what if the node name looks like grab target is an integer? It does? Filter the case that grab target isn't assigned yet. Like, if not grab target, return. Whoa. And not a node? So here's what grab target is. Let me comment this out. So it's gonna print. It did, man. I miss so much in areas. Thank you. So if I hover over the meat, you'll see down here, that's what target is. It was nil, not int. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That's what I thought. Yeah. Thanks for keeping and trying to keep an eye out. I appreciate that still. So that's what it's actually seeing is meat underscore 6 and then all that. Which, you know, if I were to just drag a direct reference to meat underscore 6, you know, then it would, or meat underscore 5, then it would be good. You know, if I just did like a $ reference, right? But it could be any one of these. So a suggestion that Patrick made was using a group. So I've added them all to a group. And so this is a way, this is basically the node name is what this is. But the problem is that is in group is looking at nil. Or not is in group, sorry. The target is nil until it's defined, right? It's like undefined right now until we run the script. So it just sees it as nil, unfortunately. Before that, if you need to filter out the case, thank you for pointing that out. Benny, sometimes I can be blind as well. I think before that, if you need to filter out the case that grab target isn't assigned yet. Oh. Like if not grab target return. Okay, we're back to the return stuff. You guys tried to teach me return yesterday. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Filter out the case that grab target isn't assigned yet. If not grab target, I see what you're saying because it's not going to be assigned at first. Interesting. So return will like bring us back. Okay, I'm almost understanding. Well, so nil will evaluate to false. Not false is true. I can't put that in one line, can I? I can? I didn't even know I could do that. What? Oh, it is detecting it. Look, it's working. Down in the output. Health, I'm detected. Wow. That's amazing. And it's supposed to also print out true. If I click. Oh, that's just, there's just too much going on. No, it is continually printing it out. Maybe it was detected. Elsewise. Alright, let me get the printing of the target out of here. That's causing a lot of chaos. Nobody wants that. Somebody wants it. Super nice. Thank you. Minnie says it effectively says, if not grab target, do nothing. Return is a way to do that without having to put everything in if statements, if that makes sense, because it bails out of the function. It's so helpful. It's so absurdly helpful. I appreciate that so much. Okay, so we've got that. If not grab target, return. If grab target is in group, meet, print. Now it isn't printing raycast sees health, which is interesting. Oh, it is. There it is. Nope, it sees it. Beautiful. Raycast sees health, and then it emits the signal. When it emits the signal on the health script, awesome work, Patrick. Thank you. And Minnie, thank you for like helping to tie it together. You helped. You helped. So we have health hovered connected here. That signal that's emitted, I think? Yeah. So when that runs, it says, I'm detected. Now in there, oh, mesh material, we don't do any of that. How about just, if input is action pressed, grab. That should set is grab to true. It does. Oh, and it grabs it. Nice. Let's go. Total functionality. That's awesome. It still does the weird bug. I was wondering, a lot of the reason I did all of this was to try to resolve a very particular bug, which was that if I click on one of these and then I click on another, it teleports to it. But it's not like a big bug because a lot of this is going to change anyway. I'm not going to actually... There's a lot that's going to change. It's not the most important thing. The main reason why I actually did this was not to fix that bug. I was curious to examine that bug. We also don't have the arrow popping up. I mean, interestingly, if... How about don't worry about any of this? Just show the arrow. There's a lot of old code in here that I haven't updated. A lot of messy stuff that I'm not using. So we're just gonna throw that in the garbage. Is grabbed is being set to false. It's being created here at the beginning. When you click on it, it goes to true. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, cool. So we should see the arrow now, which isn't a big deal. My plan is... Oh, they all appear. Oh, gosh. Whoopsie. That was a mistake. I'm actually surprised that that's happening. Because it should be on a per thing basis. It shouldn't be all of them. But then it wasn't appearing at all. There's some funny stuff happening. For sure. Before I continue, Patrick, let me get you added into the credits, because now we're just back into my foolishness. I'm looking at this old messy code that I barely understand what I'm doing. But thank you for your suggestions and your help. Let me make sure. Whoops, I didn't mean to do any of that. Make sure we keep track of that. I will spell your name correctly. I promise. We'll do Godot consultant. If you define isGrab there, won't it go away after that function does its thing? True. Has that been the problem all along for why the grabbing, teleporting thing was happening? Ugh, these arrows. I don't know how I messed up the arrows thing. I kinda know, but I also don't. Oh, it still teleports. It's a bit, the grabbing logic. So the grabbing logic was a very early thing that I set up. I barely knew what I was doing. And it's all a little confusing. Oh, wait, now. Oh, not really. So then the problem is, right, I grab that one and it actually just teleports when I grab another one. I'm actually planning on getting rid of the grab mechanic. Not quite, but like, basically I want it to be, if you click on something that's grabbable, there's going to be like a pop-up. Maybe even if you hover over it, maybe you don't even have to grab it. You just hover over it, which means I really need to get that arrow pop-up sorted out. So if you hover over it, it'll show you like options, and depending on which option you pick will determine what happens. Because what's supposed to happen is you heal limbs that are damaged by dragging the meat to the damaged limb, and then it will heal. So this health bar that keeps, the red one that keeps popping up, that's supposed to be your head health. So if I bring that down, and now if I drag one of these cows up and collide it with the head, the health goes up. And I've decided it might work better if when we hover over the health object, we get like a UI pop-up that lets us choose where we want to distribute the health. Do we want to distribute it to the head, the limbs, or to our score, which is one of the other options that we can do for it. So I'm kind of going to get rid of this grabbing thing where we drag it in general, just for whatever that's worth. And instead it'll be like clicking on a menu. But I still need to be able to have the arrow up here. How did I break that so badly? So I used to have this material override where the color of the object would change when you hover over stuff. But I got rid of that. And I just had this arrow that pops up whenever you hover over it. But somehow I've messed up this. And I'm a little surprised that it's not on a per object basis. I wonder if that's because of the group. Because since they're all in the same group, it's like each group gets triggered. And so it's not looking at which one. Which means I might want to make sure I send over a parameter of if it is itself that got detected. I think that's what I have to do. So if I come back to the camera over here, I emit this with grab target. Come back to the health. And it's not actually going to be a grab target. It's going to be, it's a hover target. That's okay. Hover target. And so I think I want to say if hover target is the same as self, then show the arrow. I think that's what I need to do to get the arrow to pop up. I think that's wrong. Based on nothing showing up. Whoops. I'm a little surprised that didn't work. But not that surprised. Health hovered, connect to health hovered. That's this. I am detected. Oh, and we're also, I think we went back to putting variable grabbed in here. Yeah, it might cause problems. This is some sloppy code in here. This is some sloppy code in here, I know it. I'm working with it because it's what I got. But I really want to redo this whole thing, honestly. I'm trying to do better. I am. Print I am hovered. We could even just have detected go there. Yeah, it's not seeing that at all. And I don't need to have the grab true or false be printing anymore. That's printing over here. I think. Maybe. Possibly. There it is. Oh, it does see it. I am hovered is running. Oh, okay. So it just, something with the arrow isn't right. Meet mesh visible true. That's no good anymore. So that should be that arrow. Meet object. I mean, it should work since it popped up all of those others. Don't really care about the material stuff anymore. Meet mesh is set to meet object. Oh, I wonder if this is running too? And we could say, like, else here. That's some wishful thinking. Or correct. It could go either way. Oh, it's correct. Good. Wonderful. Okay, nice. We're back to normal. Love to see it. Good, good, good. The empathy bar is going down. When we collide, it doesn't go down past 1, which is concerning. The empathy bar is supposed to go down if you eat animals. I think maybe there's something that's keeping it from going down past 1. But let's just fix all of this mess while we're here. Variable grabbed. Sure, let's declare it up here. Health hovered, meat is hovered. We don't need to print this anymore. Show arrow, else hide arrow. Meat is selected. Do hide the arrow. We're not doing material changes anymore. Update the variable. That's kind of obvious. That informs the messenger. If we let go of it, it becomes false. That also hides the, or I see, it makes grab to not true anymore. And I just feel like this emission would just make more sense up here. So wait, why are we emitting this? Health grabbed, if this runs, is grabbed, right? So this is just letting us know. So, I mean, that may not, but that is updating. Maybe I do want this after. Will that run like order of operations? This might be another return situation. I don't know. But it's not going to be like nil or anything. But could I like, if I say null or something in here, that's not a problem. I don't know if I'm doing things correctly here. If is grabbed. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm kind of messing around. Is set to null. Maybe put the emit in the if statement that asserts true when the player grabs. Maybe put the emit in the if statement. Oh, that seems so obvious. Oh my gosh. Well, I say that that's obvious. Right, so then I wouldn't need the false setting. Right? I wouldn't need to say that it's false. Because this would only run if it's true. So I don't need that at all. Oh, that's hovered. My bad. We want to say if it's grabbed. Here. Get rid of that. And then I would come back to here. I mean, well, the problem is we're emitting is grabbed. We don't want that at all. Don't emit is grabbed. We don't care about is grabbed. Is grabbed is death. And then, do you also need to emit false when the player drops it? I don't know if I need to. I added that in as a way to try to solve a problem that didn't get fixed. So, and it was working without it. So I would not say that it was necessary, I think. So really just have the movement happen when this is called at all. Forget if is grabbed. If grab object set to null. Wait, what the heck is this? Oh, this is ChatGPT. Oh, wow. This is actually ChatGPT's code from eons ago. ChatGPT 3, mind you. I see, because we have to pull this back as well. Gotcha. And then here's what we set up before. I don't know if this is gonna make any sense. Oh, it's definitely broken. Wait, no, it's not. Hold on. Okay, so I mean, it works just as badly as it did before, which I don't know if you can tell sort of what. And again, I'm thinking of we're gonna change this anyway, but it would be interesting to know how to fix it though. But basically, if I have this one grabbed, right, and now I try to grab this other one, it just teleports the one that was grabbed to the location of the next one that I'm grabbing, instead of actually grabbing the next one. And this is just something I just never bothered to fix because I just didn't really care. I mean, I want to fix it. I do want to fix it, but I'm also thinking of changing this mechanic entirely anyway. Now, it stops jumping once that gets unloaded. So once that cow passes the player position, the last one that I grabbed, as soon as it goes past the player, it no longer will jump and teleport because it's become unloaded. It's definitely behaving a little oddly compared to how it used to behave. So like whatever I've changed here definitely works as well, which is cool. But it has some problems. And so what I'm thinking is, instead of grabbing and dragging things, when you hover over it, there'll just be like a little pop-up that'll let you choose where you would want to move what you grabbed. But you can see the position kind of jumps somewhere wild. So a lot of this grabbing, this teleporting thing, this moving to position, like a lot of that is not something I plan on keeping. But yeah, you make a good point that I don't think I needed to emit any false at all. So you've helped me clean this up. You've helped me clean up messy code that I may not use, which is awesome. If I'm going to have messy code that I want to get rid of, but I need it here for now so I can at least kind of get other functionality, that is to say, I want to be able to practice the healing for now as it is, so we can take damage and heal. Now this blue bar, part of the reason why I wanted to set this up today is because that blue bar is supposed to go down anytime you use one of the cows. And walking on top of them counts as using them, which kind of makes sense. Like if the cows, you're not supposed to walk on top of them because it's like bad karma. This is an empathy bar. It kind of makes sense that it would go down, but it's not going down for the right reason. Like I didn't intend that to be why they go down. So kind of what I wanted to set up was, if we grab, or the healing only applies, if that makes sense. So like, look, so if I damage these legs, right, we have these debug numbers up here that tell me how many hit points are left for the legs. I haven't set up the health bars for the legs yet. So normally that's 4 HP. Now it's down to 3. If I hit it again, it goes down to 2. Now if I walk over those cows, the leg hit points go up, right? And so what I want is the hit points don't increase unless you're already grabbing it and then it collides, which is kind of why I was re-looking at the grab stuff to set a condition that says the health doesn't apply unless you're already grabbing it, that's why I was setting the true or false, now that I think about it. So yes, I do need it to say false. I didn't remember. because I'm forgetful and it's late and I should probably stop soon. But yes, I did need the false. Now I see why. I wasn't just fixing old broken code, but I wanted it to um I wanted it to only allow the health to be applied while is grabbed as true. But again, you know, how much time should I spend on that if it's like reworking all these things and puzzling all these things when ultimately it's going to be something quite different where instead of an arrow popping up, it's a little UI menu and you can go and click on different parts of that menu and then it will just do the thing. In which case, I don't need to worry about if something's true or not. You know, it's just going to detect if the cursor is pressing a certain button or whatever. So that's the situation. I think, you know, for now it's okay that this empathy bar goes down. I don't think I'm gonna be able to set it up so running over these doesn't change it. It's okay. I think it's fine for now. There is one thing I notice, which is that when we're at 1 HP, the empathy bar doesn't go down unless I do so much damage before we get down to 1 HP that it erases it. So I think there's something on the empathy HP logic that is saying don't go down if it's... It says if current health is greater than 0, subtract it. I'm not sure why it stays at 1. It'd be kind of interesting to have it print current health. So yeah, thank you for helping me, because what you did was give me a way to detect... Honestly, the grabbing works better than ever in a weird way. But you gave me a way to detect these that I didn't know before. And that's definitely going to help me. We have a lot of things being printed here. Raycast sees health. I need to call my prints. Empathy damage detected. Don't need that. Raycast sees health. That's over here. You have definitely joined in at a point where I'm deep in sloppy town. I'm like a pig in slop with this code. Okay. So there it goes down 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's just sitting at 1. If I do it really quickly, it's kind of hard to recreate so it goes down to 0. I'm not sure why it stops there. It definitely was going past 0 sometimes. If I just do like 1 hit, and then I do 3 all at once. How is it doing that? And also, why is it not going down to 0? Maybe because if we say if it's greater than 0. No, it should. Confused. If current health is greater than 0, print current health. And then it's going to emit empathy is damaged. Empathy is damaged is in here. Oh, this is an old script that I don't think we're using. health bar script. This is where that connects. So what is damaged? This is where empathy is damaged goes to. And it should be checking what these are. But it should also be updating. Really, it should be on here, because here we have the current health. I'm not really sure why it doesn't go down to 0. Like, why it would have a minimum of 0. Because 1 is still greater than 0. So it should still subtract current health, or empathy damage amount from current health. Empathy damage amount is set to 1. And 1 minus 1 should take us down to 0. Like, that's kind of weird. I'm a little confused about that. I wonder if it's related to health collection. Oh, see there, it did them all at once. But it's still only saying 4, 3, 2, 1. I wonder if it's because the healing item... Oh, we have some errors. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's all that about? Error calling from signal. Health grab to callable area 3D. Expected 0 argument call was 0. Oh, so I think I've messed up my signal things. Oh gosh. I'm just making a mess. Health grabbed emit 0. That's how it goes. I'm making a mess. I think honestly I'm working too long right now. I think would be a part of that. Oh man, it really is how it goes. Yep. I agree with that. I agree with it. But that's not calling with any arguments. Health usable on body part. Oh. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. We don't want this at all here. We're done with that. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. We don't need to connect this anymore. So that was me trying to set up if the health was usable, if it's grabbed. But I just don't care about that anymore. I'm much over that. But there might also be something that's preventing it from... I don't know. I don't really understand why it doesn't go down that last one. Why not? Why not take that last one away? That's so weird. That's so weird. I wonder what the true health is reporting. I mean, it's not happening at that point. But that is like a different thing. Also, I think this script can go in the garbage. I'm pretty sure this is trash. So I'm just gonna throw that away. So this receives the information about the health bar. I mean, this is sometimes receiving more information than it should. It's a little confusing because we have to make sure it only happens when what is damaged is the empathy health bar, which is a little confusing, actually. I guess what I'd want to say is whenever something happens, we say print what is damaged plus a space, and then what is damaged is, and then tell me what the true current. Oh, it still says head health. That's a typo. Except a closing parenthetical? Isn't that what this is? Use commas instead of a plus. Thank you. You're really new, but you know some things. You know some things, Patrick. I appreciate that. I'm so lucky that you came through today. Truly. Thank you. Thank you. So the true... Okay, that's even more confusing. So that's reporting it as 0. It's reporting it as 0. So it's reporting 4. I walked over 1. It's down to 3. So they're both in agreement. Trying to carefully only run over 1. I think there's like a random cow that's just like out here somewhere. Sometimes. Maybe? Maybe I moved that random cow. Would have been helpful in this case. That's okay. This one's kind of far out. That's down to 2. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? So the current, the one that says empathy is damaged should only be updating after the current health, the one that's just with a number there, is updated. How can it... And then it actually went away this time. I have some confusion. True, comma, space, comma. And then on the other one... Oh, because it's... I see. We have to say true. And then on the empathy health script, where we're printing it, we'll say original empathy current health. It's a little messy, but at least it's more informative. Sorry if any of that was cut off by the Zoom. My bad. So I hit all 3 of those like that. it goes down from 4, 3, 2, 1. Current health 4, current health 3, current health 2, current 1. No problem. It's like that's getting one more update. Empathy is damage 0. So the true health continues to update. So what that's supposed to be, and it really shouldn't say head health. That was an old thing. Before I made this script universal, or like apply to multiple things, basically the way the script started out, this health bar script, is it started out with this head here. So this health bar in the top left, which goes down if the head takes damage. And so kind of what I wanted to do today was try to see how easily I could duplicate this health bar and use it as part of other health bars I want to make. So this one, the head one, works great. So we can take all the HP away. We can heal it with the cows, if I can drag them over with this terrible dragging mechanic. Honestly, it works better than it used to. It really does. So there, it heals. You can see the empathy went down as it should. But if we take all this damage here, and once that gets down to 0, the game restarts. So I duplicated this health bar. I have the script for the health bar. Previously, it was only for the head. So that's why we have true max head health, true current head health. But now it actually applies to both the head and the empathy bar. I just haven't updated these names yet. So I kind of want to fix that. I want current head health to be replaced by just current health, I think is fine. Place all those. I guess I could have just done something else. That's okay. Max head health. The max health. And so, for some reason, once I've set all this up now, and so the empathy bar, I want to go down when you heal yourself using something you're not supposed to heal yourself with, which would be cows. Cows are not something you're supposed to heal yourself with in this game. And so the empathy health bar should go down as a result when you heal yourself with that. And so I've been trying to set that up where when you collect health, it emits that that health was collected, and then it has a special Boolean on it, I think. How did I set that up? I already forgot. Empathy, okay, right. So, right, I have this set as an export variable of whether empathy is okay or not. And so this would be something I would have to manually set, which is not very scalable when you think about it. So for the cows, they would all be not okay. Right, so these are all marked as false. So that's default, right? They're marked as false by default. So it's not okay to eat these. And then that information is being included somewhere here. So whenever the collision happens, that is to say, the health or the cow collides with the body part, whenever any collision between health and the body occurs, it's going to send out health detected emit with the information about whether that's okay. And then the health detected is back on the body part script. So it's actually going to there where it collides with the body part. And it's saying if we collided with the body part, and that's me, so if I'm the body part that's collided with, and empathy is not okay, then we emit the signal, empathy consumed. So empathy has been consumed. Okay. Empathy consumed, in turn, is connected on the empathy health node. Now this one, so this is, okay, this one's a little different, right? So this, I wanted this to be a file that existed outside the node tree, but I didn't know how to get it to run with the game if it was outside the node tree. I know it's possible, but I don't really know how to do it. So what I did was I just created a node, just like a random node here, that only exists to have this script attached to it. It's the only reason it's here is it has this script attached to it, empathy health bar. So it's just extra information that's unique, right? This is the script that's shared by the head health bar and the empathy health bar. It's a class script, and it runs the same functions. This one is giving us some unique stuff that's special to the empathy health bar. Specifically, if we consume health that is empathy or whatever, or is empathy is set to, or is okay, or empathy okay, I think is what I called it, is set to false. I could set those names up better. If it is false, empathy damage will be detected, and it's going to run this function. And if that function runs, it's going to update the current health. And it's also going to let you know what the max health is. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to... Because then here, it's saying, okay, send out what the current health is and what the max health is. And then down here we say if the current health is greater than 0, send out that empathy is damaged and subtract the current health from the empathy damage amount. It's interesting that the bar UI sees, because this will trigger the empathy bar UI if empathy is damaged goes out. So that might explain why it's getting the information, but this current health isn't getting updated. But I don't really understand why it's not going below 1. Anyway, you can make the empathy health bar a child of the health bar, but I don't know how to concisely explain that. Children classes inherit everything from the parent and let you add new stuff while keeping the parent functionality. While perhaps what would the advantage of doing that be versus what we're already doing? Would be my question. Because you're talking about, like, don't have a class script at all. And then you're saying, like, add in. So I guess I'd have to also. This is an interesting idea. In response to that extra node you tacked onto the empathy bar for just extra info. Right. Right, because so then what you're saying is it would be like like there, whoops, it zoomed. Like this would be health HP bar, or just HP bar in general. HP bar, this would come with a script on it. It's a script. And then as a child of that, have head HP bar. And empathy HP bar. Right. And then have, so this would be like a script that has all the information about, like, you know, animations, -1, +1, all that stuff would be on this script. And then we put a separate script on these that would have, like, the specific things that pertain to what makes them different. Is that kind of like what you're saying? And, like, these shared aspects would just be, like, inherited by this. So then it wouldn't have to have this, like, floating script. Because here's the thing, is I would need it to also go this way, potentially. I don't know. I hear you. Something about that sounds like it might not work, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I hear you, that would then eliminate the need for having this random extra one. I appreciate you giving me that idea. So at least this is, like, kicking around in the old noggin as an option. As to why it's not subtracting that last hit point, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to figure that out. I don't know if I'm going to figure that one out. tonight. In that, if you want both to do things both do case, you wouldn't want to do that. Your extra node method would be better. Okay. Yeah, because I feel like with the... Because these are also, like, instances. So, like, in the scene here, we've got this HP bar here, like, twice. So I've just, like, duplicated that same HP bar. And I feel like sending the information back and forth might be tricky that other way. Or something. Still don't understand why it's not counting down. I feel like it's gotta be something in the way I've ordered things here. Let me see if I can spell this out a little better. I'm calling this one original. Empathy, current health. You know, this might just be something I have to solve, unfortunately, next week. And then, where else it's being checked, it's a little confusing since I just started setting this up. Health bar. Let me just see what goes on here. So they start out matching 4 and 4. If I hit a bunch at once, the true goes down to 0, but the OG is sitting at 1. Which is just weird. The true is getting the information beforehand, because the true is only updating. So HP action visibility is this one. What health? Which would be empathy health. The variable is here in the HP action visibility. It's setting the true health to avoid outdated HP values, but it has more of an updated HP value than the original HP has. But not necessarily. Only if it all happens really quickly. If it doesn't happen really quickly, so it happens piecemeal, one at a time. Well, even though it's reporting 0, it's not actually bringing it down. So that must mean that it's not sending the animation information. The animation gets called when HP bar damage gets called. And that gets called when what is damaged, empathy is damaged, is seen. Or when that signal is sent out. When what is damaged, empathy is damaged. So there's a discrepancy between when empathy is damaged is being sent out and when empathy health is being sent out. Hey Stormrun, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm still here. Thanks for saying hello. How are you? So I think that's where there's a problem, is when those are being sent out. empathy is damaged versus empathy health. Empathy health is going out whenever damage is detected. So that's updating the information, and the damage gets detected when you consume health that is marked as not empathy okay. But there's a condition for if empathy is damaged is emitted. What if we flip those? Does that make sense? I would not say so. It's getting stuck again. I don't think that made any difference whatsoever. Pretty good. Just got home. Super long day. Got up at 5 a.m. and got back at almost 9 a.m. Working 5 to 9. That's a long day. That's a really long day. That's a super long day. You deserve some rest. For sure. I mean, that definitely keeps there from, well, I don't know if it definitely does. But maybe there's less of a discrepancy, potentially. Where you don't have one saying 0 and one saying 1. But it still brings me back to it not subtracting that last one for some reason. I guess that's a success. I barely understand why I did it. You had to pour concrete for that job. Oh, the carport? Then let it dry and smooth it out many times. Smooth as glass. Is that how you do it? Is that how it's done? That's a lot of smoothing. That's a lot of smoothing. I mean, maybe the pouring took most of the time. Maybe the smoothing did. Smooth as glass. I guess glass is smooth. Yeah, got another health bar. So that was kind of my task for today, was try to take the health bar that we set up yesterday and see how duplicatable it is into a second health bar for other things. This is the empathy health bar, which is something I came up with, and I actually don't even know what I don't even know what empathy damage will entail. Like what'll happen if you have low empathy health. I have no idea, because I just came up with the empathy bar the other day. Of course, there's the limbs, which is another health bar I want to set up, but I figured the empathy health bar would be an easier health bar to set up first, because it's just one bar. With the limbs health bar, I'm thinking that they're 4 bars stacked on each other, and they're going to heal all at the same time, even if they're damaged differently. So that's just a little more complexity there. And so I wanted to just do a 1-to-1 health, see if I can duplicate the health bar, the head health bar, into the empathy health bar. And pretty much it went well. But the mystery now is that there's 1 hit point left for some reason, and I don't know why, and I can't get that last one to go away. It seems like it would be pretty obvious, so I'm sure I'm just missing something that my tired self needs to let go. But it just seems so close. It seems so close. You had a big machine that looks like a fan. A machine that looks like a fan. Oh, for drying it? But facing the ground. It turns and smooths it. Oh, shoot. Then you gotta let that layer dry and do it over and over. Sounds pretty cool, actually. I think construction is really cool and interesting. Even if it can be overly laborious. It sounds like a highly specific machine, but for a very useful purpose. Laying smooth concrete. Yeah, so the empathy health bar is supposed to be once you consume your first human, you realize you suddenly feel bad for eating people, especially because the people are angry about it. But then, like, militarized police attack the protesters and the alien, and so then they're like, we are together. It's a cutscene. And then you get your empathy health bar for the rest of the game. I do. I know. I know. I know. It's serious noob mistakes. I'm trying, like, part of why I'm doing this project is to not overscope for my bigger idea. But here we are. I'm gonna let it happen. It's not like I'm trying to add in multiplayer. So, you know, it's okay. You like the empathy thing? Me too. I still don't really know, like, what happens if you don't have high empathy. Like, it's obvious if you lose your legs, you can't walk as fast or at all. If you lose your arms, you can't grab as much or at all. If you lose your empathy, like, maybe it just makes you slower. It's good. New ideas means the game is worth it. I like that. I like that perspective very much. I'll take it. And so then I'm also going to model a little heart in the center. And with your idea of shrinking limbs, the heart is going to shrink now every time you take empathy damage. And it's going to be floating in the center of the body. So yeah, for the most part, the bar got duplicated very well, which is good. But it is giving me one little bit of grief. I also made the trees collidable, so you like bump into them. It's really random, but I did do that. Why isn't that one hit point going down? Like, I feel like it's gotta be... If your empathy is low, you feel small, and you are small. Yeah, something like that. Your entire character shrinks. Whoa. Like, the whole thing gets smaller. It's kind of interesting. You're definitely really helpful with ideas like this. I think, do I even have that as a task? I gotta put up the internet speed whenever I pull up web pages, because we realized that with this cell phone tower internet, apparently they're like bundling my upload and my download speeds. So if I use too much download, they're gonna start like throttling my upload speed. So I gotta be careful. I can't use too much internet. Watching videos causes chaos. Design empathy heart. I'm gonna put this in the design model, I think. Gameplay, obstacle types, ability copying. Yeah, let's put this in gameplay, I guess. health bars. System? I don't know. And then we'll add one in here and call it. Yeah, it's nice to have like new internet that I can rely on. And then if it is going to be goofy, that's usually why. Also, if it's like a gray day outside, right, that might affect it. Weird things like that. Or like you were saying, slower and limited movement, so it would be harder to get items and block trees and stuff. Yeah, right. Empathy health. I guess this is the mechanic. What happens when you lose empathy / run out? Storm run idea. Entire character shrinks because they feel small. Lee's idea. Speed slower. Everything is a little harder. Honestly, these could go together. I feel like these would go together. Depression. Or whatever. Got it noted down. Doesn't exist nowhere. Why would it not subtract more? Messenger, empathy, health, emit. I mean, is it... I mean, do you want me to say if it's less than or equal to? Like, that seems like that shouldn't matter. Because it's not 0. It's not even getting to 0. It's like, that shouldn't... Wait, that did it? It's because they didn't say less than or equal to? Interesting. So it wasn't updating it. That was it. That was all it was, guys. I just needed to say less than or equal to. I knew it was something obvious. I knew it was going to be something obvious. Stormrun, we're going to call you Good Luck Charm. Alright, empathy bar is set up. That's it. That's today. Next week, I'm gonna work on... Sorry to leave as soon as you got here, Stormrun, but that's kind of what I wanted, was to just make sure got the empathy bar set up. Thank you, Patrick, for coming through, by the way, and helping me just think of a different way to detect the meat. That is gonna really come in handy when I need to set up my way of applying damage to the different body parts. That's really gonna come in handy. So I really appreciate you helping me set that up. We got it. Empathy health bar is here. We duplicated it. Thank you to Dragon Blade for helping me set up a way to duplicate the head health to be over there as the empathy bar. And thank you, me, for all the code cleaning up I did today and filling in the blanks to make it all work. Very nice. Of course, I gotta give love to the patrons who support this channel, believe it or not, with their monies. With their monies. You can sign up for the Patreon for free. If you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can join it entirely for free. And if you do that, you will get a free live stream in your email inbox every Friday after the game jams. So hit join for free. The game jam is tomorrow. And I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that. We had a huge turnout last week for the game jam. Just massive. Just ridiculously massive. 14 entries. 14 different developers came to this channel and submitted games that they all made in 1 hour. It's like kind of mind-boggling to me. And that was up from 9 entries the previous week. So who knows what's gonna happen tomorrow? It could be even more. There's another live stream that I do besides the free one you can get if you sign up on Patreon. You can join YouTube to get access to that live stream. I do it every Monday. It's an art-based live stream. So it's where I made all the art you see. The character, the trees, the houses, the cows, the lighting stuff, all that stuff I set up in that Monday stream. It's a full live stream, and if you're a YouTube Premium member, you can get the first month of your Hyper Game Dev membership on YouTube free, so consider checking that out. I'm glad you could catch me too, yeah! Thank you for stopping in. Oh, look at that glitchies. I see the glitchies. You know why it is. It's because I opened a web page. I gotta be careful opening web pages. Don't be opening web pages, Lise. You know everything falls apart if we do that. So yeah, so hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow in the game jam. I'm probably gonna do not amazing. I do my best. I always do my best. I used to do a lot better when I was using a different game engine, but I'm new to Godot and I'm still learning it, so don't be shy if you feel like you're not great at making games. It's not about that. And none of this is. All these streams are just about doing our best and seeing what we can achieve. So thank you for checking this out, for stopping in, for hanging out with me. It means a lot. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello. Thank you so very much for checking this out. Stormrun's gonna be there tomorrow. Love to see it. If you click or tap in the bottom left, you can check out the previous live devlog in this series. Tap or click in the bottom right, and you can see the next live devlog. Thank you so much, and don't forget to leave a thumbs up. Goodbye. Thumb it up if you haven't. Thank you.